culture. And in books around this legend of Jajanjai, we mainly have male actors. The women actor in this, Marinjay, is painted as a character who uses ruse to unfurl situations. But beyond Jajanjai, as well as the very strong religious aspect of it, if we try to analyze other speeches and discourses around the societies, we perceive the importance of women in the political management of their societies. As Adam Bakonare says, before being in the hands of men, power in Africa seems to have been feminine. This means that the political realm has not always been in the hands of men, but the management, social and political management of societies, was also imputable to women. I am not going to insist too much on this, because when we're looking at the creation discourse, for example, looking at Bundu. Bundu, which is located in eastern Senegal. Some people say that Bundu was created by a woman whose name is Kumbawa Lindau. Kumbawa Lindau migrated with the other Ndau, which is a family name, went to this region, and they went to different remote areas. Here I'm looking at migration, but I don't think we're talking about migration. But what I'm trying to say is that Kumbawa Lindau, like her brothers, had the opportunity to settle in a space and take ownership of this space. And very often it is called Bundu Kumedao. Bundu means whale, and she's the one who dug the well which allowed her community to settle there. In the 17th century, while looking at the War of Marabouts, Malik Sy, who was a Marabout, a religious leader, went and settled in the space with bringing Islam, and then it was said that his family are the ones who founded Bundu. But until today, it is called Bundu Kumbandao, Malik. When looking at the translation of it, Bundu, which means well, Bana, which means the hammock. When we're looking at deconstructing the knowledge, le hameau, and Kumbandao, Malik, meaning by Malik. But when looking at it, Kumbandao is the one who this place was called after. But through Senegambia, we have a woman character who travels from the north, from the river, all the way to the south in the region, the rivers of the south. And this character seems to personify women and politics. Sirabajal, Sirabajan, Queen of Junik. Jilor is a village. Junik is the region. So she's called Queen of Jilor, but she's the Queen of Junik, the region. She's known in the north of Senegal, all the way to the south of Senegal, traveling through Sin and Saloum for different ethnic groups. According to some, Sira is from Bajar, at the east of Gabou, current Guinea-Bissau. So in the Mandinga region, she can be considered as a prototype of the unifying myth in Senegambia. And what's special about Sira is that every time, there are very many texts around Sirabajan, So there are different variations, but in all these variations, the hero, Syrah, is associated to political power. French researchers, colleague Charles de Lépine, says that Bainunk chose Nana Sirabana, the founder of Jirapana, the last king of Banyunka, but more research should be done in order to see if there's no link between Sirabana, which has been appointed as related to the last king of Banyunk, to Sirabaja. Some tradition from Gabon chose Sirabaja as Siramane, but sometimes she's called Nana Sirabaja Biaye. But some translation include the name Mane, which is a name from the Mandinka region. Sirabaja seems to be a legitimized reconstruction of Banyunka, which is another ethnic group of the region. Everywhere, she's introduced as a woman who was at the heart of political power. Père Gravant highlights her as the founder of the first Deloire kingdom, which is on the northern river of Gambia, the northern part of the Gambia River, and for a very long time, it was led by Sirabaja. So, histories about territorial unity under the name of Junik highlight the occupation of the space before Galois.
Let me skip the description of these environments, which may be interesting, but you'll find it in the books or texts. The space of Jenik, which is occupied by populations. On the cultural plan, they claim it as an identical referent and they evolve in a geographical area. And this region participates to the influence of the ecosystem. And this area has been marked by the passage of the Deloire. And we have the secondary verification of the members, and Sirabadian, who was the one considered as the head of the kingdom. Could we consider that kingdom like one of the old experiences in terms of centralization of power? Yes, because when we take into consideration they say making Sira the one at the center of political power, her name is associated with the Jenny kingdom, even though traditions related to this territory give few information that would allow us to analyze the emergence process. Do we have a direct link between the constitution of the territorial land of the Jenny and the constitution of the Jinik? Tradition says yes, Jinik is the second political constitution set up by the Dalois after the one of Kolar. Sira left that space and continued migrating and founding in that space of Jinik the territorial unity which resembles to the Duloc space, and Jinik and Duloc space. So there is a relationship between the constitution of Jinik and the Sims. And let's say that at the end of the 15th century, when Medambo imposed himself as the king in the south, he organized this around the centralized power, and then Jinik was already united under the lead of Gelois, who is a descendant of Sirabajan. It means that Jinik preceded the saloon and was founded by a woman. Migration which led the Sierra from the Senegal Valley to the south highlights the character of Sira Badian with some references from the starting point. We have it at the shore of Senegal River in the village of Mengue. We have Menge Bagal, and Bagal was the mother of Sira Badian. I'm sharing all this. Let me spare you all this, but you need to understand that the centralization of power in that area that I've highlighted and that I didn't describe in details is the work of Sira Badian, lady, queen of the 13th, 14th century. And power started from there. In Serer, for those of you who are Serer, we said Sira Badian and Fatima. That means the person who is at the beginning of political power. She symbolizes the link between the north and the south of Senegambia, and also the space of transition, a point of transition from move from the north to the south side of Senegambia. Let's note that Sira Badian, texts on Sira Badians are more illustrative, but other texts that refer to the exercise of political power in that space, and with women at the center of all this, we can mention the name of Yebekam Anne, Yaxile, and we need to dig deep, carry out researches, and not allow or not give way to the Western people to come for research on this. It's our role ourselves to do research on such issues, such topics. And very quickly, let me say that women left the scope of political activities in a direct way, because one of the variants of this history of Sira Badian explains the loss of power from women to men due to the tyranny of Sira Badian. We need to deconstruct all this and try to understand. In conclusion, Sira's character is always mentioned in Senghor's poems or writings, but contrary to tradition, few people heard about Sira. But however, Sira is in upstream and downstream of the exercise and loss of political power by women in most of Senegalese societies. Why? It's because it designates this space by Musuba. Musuba is the land of women. Sine Saloum, that towards the rivers of the south, and all this defines this space as women's land, where the Musmaksaya is exercised. That means the exercise of power by women. And this will be confirmed when we carried out researches in the region of the Gambia. And what we have, the Nyomi and Bodikul region, before the installation of the Mandinga people, the society was led by women. And the traditions talked about the 12 queens that existed before the kingship of men. We have the Queen of Masterdini mentioned in the legend of Silva Musa. By interpreting all these texts around these characters, that we will be able to understand and explain the place and the role that those societies have entrusted women with before the loss of influence. To sum up, we can say that the various women characters that are in the mythic histories in our family's traditions are the illustration of that period under various influences. This will be important in the operationalization of our society. Thank you for your kind attention.
Quand je te dis que tu n'as rien vu là, c'est pas des blagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fel. Thank you for drawing our attention on the process of the dilation of women in the political public space. We can imagine the difficulties that could represent for us to think, to reflect with women and groups about women whose stories are not told. Maybe we can share your presentations and the one of Ngom with all of you so that we can disseminate all this information. Thank you. We are going to start a debate, 15 minutes debate. We will discuss with the speakers. I know that these topics are really interesting, but we don't have enough time to talk about it thoroughly. I believe that our colleague will help us later with this, and maybe other activists will help us find space to talk a lot about these issues. Maybe we are going to take 5 questions or comments, gender balance, and please, we know that it's interesting, but let us not go into details, but later on we can discuss with the speakers in private. You have 2 minutes each. I don't know if you have a roaming mic, and those of you who like to speak English, please feel free to do so. If others want to take the floor in Bambara, in a Wolof language, feel free. I'm sure that there is a possible translation in the room. Thank you, Dr. Trump. Thank you. Let's give me a round of applause.
Tu n'oses pas? Yeah.
Any questions? Aisha? So, please give her the microphone.
Allode. Tu veux de l'eau?
We will take 5 questions or comments, and later on the speakers will take the floor and answer to the questions. Microphone, please. You can't hear the speaker. You can't hear the speaker, please. Switch on the microphone. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the speakers, our dear ladies, dear sisters. What shocked me, I'm still shocked actually, it's the fact that Madame Faust talked about my own origins, because I am a Bayum.
Bainouk.
And I've been living in Senegal for some time now, and I've never heard this story before. It's like what I've been told since my childhood is not the truth. And I'm right by being an activist as a feminist and claiming women power. My question is, is it possible to organize conferences or meetings as such? Or if you have already organized such things, could you please share with us? I'm really interested in discovering all this. I was shocked. I was really shocked. I was having like words in my mouth, but I can't express how I feel right now. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Bainouk. Bainouk.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you all. We would also like to comment the brilliant presentations that we've just followed. Once again, thank you. it's crystal clear. Now our intervention will be on the occurrence of gender, or what we've heard with Madame Odom, who talked about the construction of knowledge and centralization of power in the African cultural system. I would like to know, with the facts, I want to know, with the deconstruction, can this lead to adverse consequences in our community lives, systems, like the loss of our cultural identity, the disruption of the order established in our African societies? Senghor used to say that culture is at the beginning and the end of any development. And now, if you interrogate or question this cultural heritage, would not this lead to many problems? That's my question. The other question is, I'm just teasing women. Won't it be important to claim a place that we've already occupied? Because women are at the center of everything in our African societies. Even in the literature, when we take the example of the Bout de Bois de Dieu of Sembène Ousmane, we've seen that the big roles were played by women. The long march of Thiès, from Thiès to Dakar, was led by Penda, a woman. And if we look at the French literature and Russian literature, with the book of Maxime Gorky, the mother of Maxime Gorky, we've seen that the mother of Paul Vlasov, the main character, played a great role in the struggle of women, working class. Thank you. We have another person who would like to say something. Good morning to you all. English Boyd used to say that in her quote that being committed is the only way to be in touch with the reality. Why can't we be committed or engaged as women? And to recognize the important role of women in African societies, more precisely on the economic and political plans. Thank you. C'est pas ton ancêtre par hasard?
Non. Bon, peut-être quelque part, hein, c'est possible. Hein?
Good morning. Good morning. Je vais faire des tests génétiques là pour voir les origines. Je sais que j'ai un peu de Nigeria
dans ton sang.
Ouais. Combien un peu de Sénégalais dans mon bac. Good morning, my name is Malado Agne. I am researcher, lecturer at the University Cheikh Anta Diop at the Faculty of Law and Political Sciences. Thank you very much for your presentations. I'm very glad to have listened to you. As my neighbor, I'm really touched for very reasons. Three main reasons in which we will have questions as well. The first one is that I'm very touched by the fact that today I feel like all this story which put women at the center has been hidden, and today we are in a situation in which there is a big gap in terms of history. And my first emotion is about culture and also religion. Catholic and Muslim religions have been highlighted. I think we have the same phenomenon in these religions, at least in Islam, because let me talk about what I know the more. The historical progress of the patriarchy, not only about Islam. Let me give you an example. The father of monotheism, Abraham, and the episode in which he has been selected, asked by God to live, to abandon his wife Agar, who was his servant or the servant of the first wife of Abraham, because of jealousy of Sarah. Agar was abandoned in the desert with her son. God revealed to him where the source of Zamzam was. That is the blessed water, anointed water, which is still there today. And the discovery of that well of Zamzam, when she discovered that source of water in the desert, thanks to which she was able to drink water, men came in the desert and asked her the authorization of using the water she has discovered. And she allowed them to drink, and those men settled around that place, and that's how Mecca has been created. And the second element that I wanted to mention is related to the place of the academia in all this work. I'm really surprised to see that in teachings, all these researches you've initiated seem to be
Contained.
there, the text or compiled. So it's very good to see how all this knowledge is deconstructed and introduced in the universities, not only with regards to the research, but also in the various teachings. This week I taught my students in constitutional law, federal states and the federal. Sorry, no, the microphone is not working. And the Senegal copied various models of historically we can see that we had in our African cultural heritage, we have all these kinds of systems. Sorry for being so long, and sorry for the microphone. Thank you. I think we still will have someone here who was asking the floor, and we will stop and allow the speakers to respond. Good morning, everyone. Why gender is not an African issue? Thank you. That's my question. So the last person, please be inspired by what she has just said. It's really efficient. Thank you very much. Good morning. My question is about the Mandingo Charter. A charter that has been elaborated is in 1236. I don't know if this charter can be a kind of reference in the claiming of human rights. Thank you. We need a second microphone, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your opinions on our interventions. The second person who took the floor is my brother, because I didn't take notes of your names and surnames. Sorry for calling you my brother. What I really like in these kinds of meetings is to see that we are carrying along unconsciously some important things. Can you figure out that all the examples that you've learned on women are coming from men, actually? You said that in the various books, be it in Africa or Europe, women are at the heart of literature. Who is speaking for them? How these stories are told? So that's the perspective. We are maybe here hundreds in total. Each one of us will tell a story based on his or her perspective. So if it's about me, I need to talk to myself. I need to talk on my own behalf. That is the central question on how women has been thought about by others. And when we think that they have been elevated or as inspiring characters, this has not only been in a good way, not necessarily. When I read, I really like Senghor, but please pay attention when you read Senghor. It's not because we're talking about me they are talking for me. And when you say that paradigm shift can't change our African identities, my question that I've asked on my Facebook page on the 25th of March is, what is African identity? So we can't talk about identity because we are diverse. Because when we live in Senegal, you see that there is a lot of cultural paradigms. I'm sure that the Label, the Fulanis, Wolof Serers have a lot of references in terms of story and founding mythologies or myths. We need to interrogate all those things, because that's why when we talk about these current paradigms, we are focusing on something fake or it's a mistake. So we need to reinterrogate all this. Of course, I agree with you that no one would not like to lose this privilege. If I was a man, for example, I won't even like to rethink about African identity because it will not be in my advantage. So it's normal that men who are in a favorable condition don't think about another possible option because we are always afraid about changes and what they bring along. So, let's remember that feminism in the world, the word feminism, because of the fact that we are expressing ourselves in foreign languages, it's obvious that we adopt foreign things. And if I say feminism, it doesn't mean that I'm copying the Western world. I'm just mentioning a concept that everyone here could understand. For me, feminism is a federative concept that allows every one of us to share our speech, our thoughts. It's not a hybrid system in which I could absorb whatever comes from the Western world. To conclude, the last question, why gender is not an African thing or issue? I'm also seeing the distances in the language. I've explained this. And maybe what is in us as academia, we talk with some words thinking that everyone will understand what we are saying. But one of the pedagogical exercises we should implement is to adapt our words depending on the public. Gender, if you learn French language or French grammar, we are told that we have two genders. So when there is two genders, we have the masculine and feminine. And implicitly, they are telling us that this is the construction of binarism. And in an heteropatriarchal dimension, it means we have men and women. And in that patriarchal grammar, in the French language, it means when we are in a room with a lot of men and it's only man, like a baby, for example, who is a man, they'll say they, by taking into account the fact that the man is inside. And that's why gender should be, we should think about gender, because in our languages, this grammatical dimension doesn't exist in our cultures. The Mandenge Charter, yes, I agree. We need to start from somewhere, and even beyond that charter, we need to bring in all the histories and all the African languages that Africa is hosting now. Before giving the floor to my colleague, I would like to recall that in Africa today we still have a wonderful chance that there are still languages from which we could compare things. Imagine communities of South America whose languages are almost dead and disappeared. It's our chance to take ownership of our languages. It's not a matter of grammar alone. It's not a matter of discussing only a language hosts civilization. These are imaginaries, the way we see the world and the way we represent the world and how we are represented in the world. So it will be important to be to understand our languages and to use them in order to propose other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fall. You have the floor. Thank you, Leti. There weren't many questions directed to me, but the Bainunka, who's here with us, and who is a very proud Bainunka, across Senegambia, from Sine all the way down to Baul, and all of this space we have influence from the Bainuk. And in our research, we meet people, and it is said that Bainuks had kings, and the last king, Nana Sirabana, the one who was chastised, why is he called by his mother's name? In those societies, when Mandinkas came from Tiliji, they found matrilineage, and in these societies, you inherited your name from your mother. And this is why, progressively Bainuks have been included in other ethnic groups. But when you're looking at Balantas, at Mandinks from the west, and all the different ethnic groups from this place, from this region, you find Bainuk. And you're everywhere in this space. And why are Western Mandinks matrilineal when the ones from Mande, Tilibo, follow patrilineage? So when they come to Tiliji, they become matrilineal societies because they were absorbed by the populations that they found. So if you want to know about these societies, well, we need to know and learn more about the knowledge that we have and deconstruct what we have received as a Holy Bible and try to understand and reinterpret the knowledge that we have. This is the researcher's role. And Mrs. Agne, you're the one who works at the university. We've had a reform from a very long time now, a few years. I led the laboratory Women, Society and Culture, and we tried in no spaces, which wasn't the case before, we tried to introduce such seminars in order for those who go back to schools to teach can have this knowledge and teach it. So you are still doing this work, hopefully, and this is what we have to do. The Monday Charter. It also shows the importance of African societies because we are always told about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I've taught the French Revolution. I've told my students about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all men are born equal. When African populations since the 13th century already had declarations, they had already elaborated that. So this shows that we really need to look at research and we try and deconstruct everything we think we know. We couldn't even fathom in the 60s or 70s that we had in our societies the Mandate Charter, which was discovered not too long ago, and that we could support our studies on it and not only look at Eurocentric knowledge. So I think I'm going to stop here. The article le or la in Wolof, for example, how do we say it in Wolof, in the Wolof language? It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. So we do not have gender in Wolof. Instead of either. But we do have men and women relationships. And this is what we need to analyze. You know, we need to look at gender dynamics and not just focus on feminine or masculine articles. Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you so much. I believe that this conversation could have continued the whole day. We are really looking to have more spaces such as today. And it is very important. Well, of course, we'll share all of the communications here. Should our brilliant researchers agree? Do you have closing remarks, maybe? No? Odom? I just wanted to add or, answer to my colleague who's leaving. Fortunately, I believe that what's important is that people hear. I just wanted to react to what you said. Why aren't all these work tangible? Why aren't they introduced in our curriculum? One of the exercises that we're doing is a deconstructing exercise, meaning that a teacher needs to also benefit from deconstruction in order for them to be able to teach in a sensitive manner. Just a quick example. There's a class that I will not name. It is a man who is teaching feminism. And the references are mainly white feminist writers. And God only knows how many feminists are in this country alone. Can you imagine that University Charanta Diop? And this is a political commitment for me because universities are political. When I'm teaching at Charanta Diop, I have to know that I should not betray the one whose name is at the door. So we need to also reflect this thought. So this is a political commitment. So if you have a colleague who is a man and who will always have gender bias and was raised in a patriarchal context and is talking about such an important African university and who's teaching feminism and only cites white women, it is problematic. He is creating an epistemological censorship, and this is highlighted, it's echoed in how we see ourselves. Because when I'm talking in a university, I am talking to the African youth, and I would only like to name valuable and valid authors, because we're looking at institutional visibility, institutional knowledge. So when we're looking at knowledge and as repository of authority, we need to know that we need to deconstruct ourselves in order to reflect the university. So there is a certain inertia, a certain ease. It's already here. Let me just say this, and it's easier. So we need to deconstruct at all levels. Thank you very much. Thank you to each and every one of you. And we would like to invite you to stay for the remainder of the program. And I believe that we're now going to have Bambina Bambi, a singer, on the floor. So let's... I cannot hear the person talking since they do not have a microphone. Regarde-le crier. Regarde-le crier. So we will be able to talk about this during the break, and we will be able to continue conversations. So we're going to have 5 minutes for a musical break, and then we will be able to proceed with the programs. Thank you. Il dit que... Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? Il a dit oui, vous avez dit que le genre n'est pas africain, il faut faire attention avec ça. Lorsque nous parlons des mécanismes de la masculinité, cela reflète la culture africaine. Donc il faut vraiment... Il a commencé à crier. Un bon Sénégalais, ouais. Mes frères. Ça, c'est les gens qui aiment le problème.
c'est quoi ça fait ça? Tu m'as mis dans quoi comme ça, hein?
Oh, mais toi aussi. Toi, ou bien, c'est ça, quand je t'ai prévenu hier, là, qu'est-ce que tu as pensé?
Bon, pour moi, j'ai vu le truc, j'ai vu le programme, je me suis dit, non, c'est pas, il y aurait des universitaires, et tout, mais je ne m'attendais pas.
Mais quand je t'ai dit, c'est difficile. On m'a donné du fil à retordre.
J'ai appris encore quelque chose aujourd'hui.
Dis-toi qu'il est quoi? Il est 11h30, il est 11h43 seulement. On finit à 18h30. Donc là, tu as encore. Il y a 5 or 6 hours.
5 minutes ou je ne sais pas quoi. Il y a deux courts-métrages de 40 minutes chacun.
Oh, alhamdoulilah.
Ça va nous permettre de souffler un peu.
Thank God. Mais je te dis, avant-hier, il y avait une dame. J'ai jamais eu autant de mal à interpréter quelqu'un. Jamais. Même pas question d'accent, question de whatever. Non, it was so dense, so fast. Elle lisait tellement vite. Elle nommait Baldwin chaque 5 minutes. Après, elle parlait de danse. Après, elle parlait de dionyse. Après,
Tu viens chercher quoi dans ça?
ça allait dans tous les sens. Dans tous les sens. Et c'était vraiment, elle lisait, mais elle lisait tellement vite et elle a parlé 4 minutes. Intense. Ouais, mais un problème avec le son, j'ai l'impression. Vous voyez cette batterie ici l'autre jour avec Fekam, avec sa sono.
Même chez nous, hein, on n'a pas d'accent dans
Mais ça n'existe pas. Ça existe dans très peu de langues, les articles. Et c'est pas juste en Afrique. De manière générale, à travers le monde, les articles sont rares. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de langues qui sont genrées. Hein. Oui. Oui, il y a très peu de langues qui sont genrées dans le monde. Je sais même pas s'il y a une langue africaine genrée ou une langue asiatique.
Je vous remercie. C'est un plaisir pour moi d'être là. Je me prénomme Bambina Bambi,
My
c'est
name
mon
is
nom
Bambina
d'artiste.
Bambi. This is my
La
artist name.
conférence,
So I've learned very many things today. I didn't know about Mam Kumandao, who is my ancestor. And through this seminar, I now know le micro de la sono. Ouais, ok, c'est pas grave.
Ton micro est fermé.
Là, je viens de fermer. Deuxième, ouais, de fait le deuxième, on se repose.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je pense que vous devriez applaudir à nouveau quand même.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big
Bravo
round of applause.
à l'artiste.
Right now, I'm going to invite
Docteur Halima Diallo
Dr. Halimadian
et
and
Fatou Kande Senghor
Kande Senghor.
à se joindre à nous pour le prochain espace qui va bien sûr être un espace plus interactif. On va avoir une période d'échange,
Interactive, we are going
questions-réponses.
to have a discussion, Q&A session, and later on we are going to give you the floor for your comments. Let's wait a little bit for Fatou Kande. She's coming. She's on her way. Just let's give her a round of applause.
Elle sait pas qu'on l'entend. Elle dit qu'elle est en route. Est-ce qu'elle a compris? Elle n'a pas compris.
Vas-y, applaudis sur le temps qu'elle arrive.
Non, elle n'a pas compris. Quand elle a dit elle est en route,
Elle pensait qu'elle était dans la salle.
l'autre dit qu'elle est allée chercher un masque. Elle dit mais ça a rien à voir en fait. Déjà. Oui, elle dit déjà je veux couper sa bio parce qu'elle est trop longue. Ça, j'ai dit qu'il faut qu'elle coupe le micro. Ça. Elle aurait pu laisser l'autre chanter encore. Hein,
Eh oui, le temps que
que
la
la
dame
madame
retrouve son
arrive.
masque.
Courant quoi. Ça, c'est pas un masque, hein, ça c'est un courant. C'est eux les concurrents. Comme ça, ils font peur aux enfants. Ils font peur aux enfants pendant les cérémonies, surtout chez les Dola, ils ont des couteaux. Mais les gens qui connaissent pas, qui viennent ici au Sénégal, les trucs en cône comme ça là, je connais. Je connais, it's a trick, il y a des gens, il y a des gens. Je l'ai vu. Chaque fois qu'on me dit, j'ai vu de mon propre œil. Après, on me montre les vidéos et puis tu vois ce qui passe en bas derrière.
Non, non, ça, par exemple, les gens le font aussi pour amuser la galerie. Mais il y a des vérités qui existent
Ok.
où on invoque l'esprit d'un mort à l'intérieur ou je ne sais pas quel esprit. Et parfois, par curiosité, il y a des gens qui veulent ouvrir. Et quand ils ouvrent, soit tu trouves un serpent, soit tu trouves rien, soit tu trouves une poule ou whatever.
I don't believe.
You have to see it to believe.
No, I used to. But the thing is, no one has ever seen it.
Yeah.
No one has ever seen it. C'est toujours la même chose. Oui, mais moi, il faut que Pour le point. Toi, tu y crois, tu n'as pas vu.
Moi, j'ai vu certaines choses. Tu sais, l'esprit et des choses comme ça. Avant, je ne les croyais pas trop.
Ah non, moi j'ai cru toute ma vie. Hein. Moi, c'est ça pas longtemps.
À un moment donné, c'était devenu très fort.
Moi, il n'y a pas ce que je croyais pas.
Ouais, c'était devenu très, 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 très fort. À la maison, on avait un masque comme ça. Juste le
Le
visage.
masque,
Hein.
ouais.
Et on disait qu'on faisait peur. On ne voulait pas manger. Quand on avait s'habillé, on appelait ça Amigon, ça veut dire le vieux.
Ah.
On dit le vieux arrive là. Tu vois, tous les enfants sont pas, même les vieilles personnes, parce que c'était effrayant. C'était effrayant.
Ça marche pas.
Moi, j'ai jamais su que c'était les grandes sœurs ou les cousines qui se cachaient derrière le masque pour nous faire peur. Je l'ai découvert que lorsque j'avais 9 ans ou 10 ans.
Mais t'imagines si t'avais pas découvert toute ta vie, tu aurais dit que moi j'ai vu. Tu aurais dit moi j'ai vu de mes propres yeux.
Ok.
Chez moi.
C'est flippant, je te jure.
Mais imagine si on t'avait pas dit maintenant. Juste à présent, tu aurais dit moi j'ai vu à mes camps de vieux. J'ai vu de mes propres yeux. Tu vois.
Parce que toujours là, hein, dans mon tiroir là-bas.
But that's very smart.
Et tu refuses de manger. Hein, donc ta grand-mère dit, hey, arrive, hey, tu vois, donc, tu vas manger tous les plats que tu veux, et même demander s'il y en a plus.
On appelle ça goût.
Allô? Alors bonjour, bonjour, bonjour. Nous avons... Hey, how are you? Comme je disais tout à l'heure, nous avons Dr Halima Diallo et nous avons aussi Fatou Kande Senghor qui est accompagné. Est-ce que tu dis Senghor ou Senghor? Non, moi je dis les deux. Alors, donc je vais vous présenter Halima, qui est Dr Halima Diallo, qui est titulaire d'un doctorat en psychologie à l'université Paris 13.
Psychology
Elle est
in
chargée
at
de cours.
Paris 13 University. She's a lecturer. Sorry, what am I talking about here? It's like something wrong. Something is
Yeah,
wrong with the
film.
microphone.
Il y a un film quelque part.
Could you please turn up the music? As I was saying, Alima is a lecturer at the University Chakantadia, and she's the person in charge of gender equality with the NGO Right to Play. Alima worked with many organizations and entities, among which the United Nations Fund for Population and World Food Program in order to promote gender and fight against discrimination and sexist violences. In 2022, she was invited by the Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, to join the Consultative Committee for Gender Equality and formulated recommendations in the G7 agenda and the Feminist Network of Senegal. Thank you and welcome, Alima. So the second speaker is Fatou Sankande Senghor, who is a graduate in language and cinema at the Lille University. She worked with Semben and Will in 2017, and she realized some films in social issues, and she is involved in women issues and developed a lot of projects by affirming her point of view as activist and feminist. In 2011, she created Wahoo Studio, which is a laboratory for cinema and photography. Wahoo Studio is organized around political sciences and artistic activities. Convinced that craft is something important, she has developed various things related to it, like gender issues, ecological disasters as well. With the creation of World Studio Dakar, she encourages young artists to develop those ideologies. Thank you and welcome, Fatou. Thank you.
Tu t'es trompé en fait, elle lisait les informations, toi tu lisais pas. Tu t'es trompé plusieurs fois.
I can follow through.
Non, mais il fallait lire parce qu'elle lisait le français et l'anglais là.
I didn't know that this was written in English.
Oui, c'est bon. Ok. Euh, parfait. Merci. Il y a de l'eau aussi. Donc, comment on va procéder? Ça va être un espace plus interactif, hein, comme on disait tout à l'heure, entre Fatou et Halima. Et si jamais vous avez des questions brûlantes et urgentes, on va vous laisser les poser. Si c'est des questions de clarification, tout ça. Sinon, on va aussi réserver un petit moment d'échange à la fin. D'accord? Alors, d'accord, parfait. Non.
Can you
Et
hear
comme
me?
ça,
Can you hear
oui, micro tiré là. Le masque
The mask
qui m'accompagne
which
s'appelle
is coming with
Agomale.
me is called Agomale.
Merci. Il s'appelle,
So
elle
this mask
s'appelle,
I have with me.
il s'appelle au pluriel, elle s'appelle au pluriel. Agomale.
She
C'est un masque
is
Yola.
Agomale.
En vie.
It's a Jola mask, alive, which is not behind a mirror or kidnapped somewhere in the world on a given territory.
Que pour les grands moments
It comes out only during important moments, discussions, and it's a
d'accompagnement.
social catalyzer, and it's part of various traditional characters of the mythology, Jola mythology.
Ni homme ni femme,
Neither
ils sont là.
man nor woman.
Il est détaché d'un groupe.
They are there and full stop and part of a group.
Elle marche
And he or she or they work as a group. Agomale, it's the announcement of a welcoming announcement of welcoming. It's an axis for us and for those who think about the famous word of feminism, and those who have a clear definition of those who are constructing this, those who think they know what it's all about, and those who tell others what it's all about, and those who finance those who know what it's all about. J'ai faim. The presentation is over. Over to you, madam. Could you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Fatou. We will continue talking about this during the conversation. Thank you for sharing your universe with us. Alima, quickly, as you were saying, without repeating the elements that we've talked about this morning, what is your analysis on the rights and the roles and the place of women in African societies, in pre-colonial African societies? What do you think about this? I think that Dom and Madame Fowl have already set the scene today. So thank you for coming again on some key points. Je fais un selfie avec Domal.
Merci.
Brièvement revenir sur la société
I will
traditionnelle.
briefly
Qu'est-ce qu'on
talk
pense de la
about
société
traditional society. What do we think about traditional societies?
Dire aussi qu'on a commencé à
And
parler
also
de
say that we started talking about traditional societies in comparison with the modern or Western society. And this comparison comes from the Western world. Western anthropologists were the first ones to be interested in traditional societies. And each society that was different from their own, they tend to qualify this as indigenous, primitive, and a society without history, without any document or text. That is what Odom said. They've written about us. They've told us what to think about ourselves. And for a long time, these texts were biased.
s'intéresse à ces
Today we
questions.
have an ally which is interested by these issues and would like to rewrite histories of women. We talk a lot about pre-colonial societies, and we believe that in pre-colonial societies women had power.
Cette position, elle est
Of
différente
course, this position is different from
aussi selon les trajectoires, selon les expériences des femmes. Et je vais revenir un peu sur la sociologue nigérienne Omeyumi, dont on a beaucoup parlé tout à l'heure, qui disait que le genre on va dire, ne marche pas, ou on ne peut pas parler de genre dans la société africaine. Parce qu'elle dit déjà, dans nos langues, il n'y a pas de masculin, il n'y a pas de féminin. Et aussi que le genre ne hiérarchise ni ne structure aussi les relations
our men and women relationships. This is also to say that there are some historians who talked about of power in the pre-colonial society. We had queens, warrior princesses, mythical women, and in Niger, for example, we have Amina of Zaria, we have Tetu Betul in Ethiopia, we have Ndate Yala in Senegal, we also have Anzinga in Angola, we have the priest in Kimbavinta. And in African history, we have a lot of women who have occupied, played a key role. What we've noticed is that in the archives, they don't talk a lot about these women. We don't know the history of their children, and we don't know how they used to behave with their husbands. We tend to talk about them with masculine attributes. We talk about them like warriors, like women who knows how to use weapons, etc. So I think that there is a part of the story that we don't know about. And something else I'd like to say is about the pre-colonial society. Some historians used to say that we had a lot of various pre-colonial societies, and it's not in all pre-colonial societies that women had power. Power changes from one society to the other, and even the traditional society is not unique. It means we had various traditional societies and various pre-colonial societies. Thank you, Alima.
Also begs us to think about questions of women who were less privileged socially and what it meant for them to have access to decision-making spaces. I am now going to talk to Fatou Kande. What role do movie makers play in representing women, African women, and in their ability to act? Can you talk about women in film, in movies and series, and how do you analyze them? Thank you. A creator is the result of what others live. A creator is like a eunuch who doesn't have the right to project on the topic at hand. In our realm, seventh art, it's not called seventh for no reason in French. It follows something. General art, which is very dense, before introducing an understanding that guides, that accompanies, that leads, and that somewhere sets the tone for revolutions, generational revolutions. We are in a universe where creators don't get where they are through merit, through knowledge. Their ego is at the center of every image. The way they look at men, the way they look at women, the way they speak, or the way they deconstruct. And women have waited to be able to talk. And until today, they are reluctant or they hesitate to use their own vocabulary, or they hesitant to use their male peers' vocabulary because they do not want to be seen as warriors or people who do things like men and that finally are pornographical fantasies. So, Festival de Cannes, which is considered as cinema's Mecca, for almost 80 years now that it has existed, has only awarded 2 women with Palme d'Or, 2 years ago and 30 years prior. So the one who received the first Palme d'Or with a lesson of the piano from New Zealand was expecting a child at the time and was under so much stress and male pressure from her team and from her peers that this child will not live. And she will go through depression because she is meant to look at this natural process and give birth to another child, her movie. And this has kept us from coming back to this war scene, which is movie production. In movie production, women have less budget, less financial resources, and we think we don't know why. And for women movie producers, those who surround her, sound engineers, producers, are generally men. But then, for natural roles, hairstyling, makeup, there are women. And for those who are around you, especially those who are older than you, make it so that there is a hostile environment. Last year in Cannes, there was a panel during which it was said that it was kind of like a potpourri of the most prominent figures of movie makers. 4 men, 4 white men who were over 70. At some point, we as creators have to remind creatives and creators that humanity is not represented by men but women, nature, global, infinite, visible, tangible, intangible. It is represented by a cosmogony and represented by male universalism. So we need to remember, we need to remind our children. For Jolas, for example, with this wonderful cosmogony through a mask, which we need to look at it. The highest value for women is to give birth, even though it is a matrilineal society. We have become schizophrenic because of levels of brutality that different people have experienced. Islamic conquests, religion in general, colonialism, and this mix of things, then we need to look. We're going 100 kilometers with one leader, 100 kilometers with another leader, and then another leader. But then we realize that our ancestors had everything. And in modern times, we still need to look at our ancestors. We can always go see grandmother. All we need to do is resist, learn. I have 3 daughters. I've raised 3 daughters. My eldest daughter is 18, 19, and maybe I am too open and they're too free. Maybe I have too much foresight. And she came back with wearing a hijab. Her father said, well, she's exploring religion. And I knew it wasn't religion. It was that she was drawing back, she was withdrawing and protecting herself from the gaze and the fact that she did not belong in a local scheme that expects women to be tall, light skinned, with hips and breasts, even though their mothers and sisters do not look like that, even though the breasts that fed them were black their whole lives. And in this protection, it was also extended to media and cinema. In our profession, when we have castings, the team always asks for the main character to be commercial, to attract, to be attractive. So the image in cinema and TV series today still struggle to know their end goal. They struggle to find the adequate writing because themselves are not decolonized and still have complex. Youth here, young people present today, you have to know where Africa as a term comes from and as a concept. Because even this name comes from a cover that does not belong to us. We're territories. We are spirits, sensitivities, genies, spirits which have been on the run for a while because we cannot change our trajectory. But what we can change is knowledge acquisition, foreign knowledge, using the master's tool, but also using the tools of the neighboring ethnic group, sometimes even more interesting than the ethnic group we think we belong to. And before we can even deconstruct ethnic groups, and we can finally deconstruct gender, then there is a glimpse of freedom. And in this glimpse of freedom, we can now be as pretentious as to learn tools that allow to create a movie, to create media, to create a picture. Not everyone can do so. Singing, dancing, writing, suggesting is bringing light, and not everyone can do so. Get away from our trait. It is a process. It is a dense process. It is a value added to society to bring it air. And in freedom, we need to come back to them. We have to come back to their knowledge, to their counsel, to the presence of the invisible, because it is not exclusive to the deepest beliefs, whether they be Muslim, Jewish, or Catholic. And we cannot escape them. They're not here for the desperate, for the second wives who wish to not have co-wives anymore, for those who do not want to work but would like to have degrees. It's quite the opposite. They're here to come back to the faith, to the path, to passion, to communion, to collectivity, to freedom. Non, il a dit non là. Est-ce qu'il y a autre chose, quoi?
Thank you very much. I would like to continue with you, Fatou, on these elements, because those who are in the industry of cinema or movie making, let's call it that way, there is like a responsibility with regards to the history, their position, and what they could bring in the societies that we are. Now I'm wondering how, if this kind of work exists, if we have people around this, how or is it possible to shed light on
Et
the
qui,
dead angles.
en fait?
And who does that?
Tu veux des noms, tu veux que je
You
dénonce
want
des gens.
names? You want me to report people?
Bon, comme on est dans
As
un
we
monde de
are
séries,
in a world of series,
les plus récentes,
TV series,
si je
let me
prends
take the recent ones. If I take Selma, who knows Selma?
voir les mains des jeunes,
Selma TV series.
Salma,
Selma
Salma parle,
talks
dès
about,
le premier épisode, Salma nous
right from the
parle
first
de
episode,
drogue.
talks about drugs,
Donc de l'emprise, de la
the
dépendance, du désarroi,
dependency,
de la
addiction,
sa famille,
the victim,
manipulateur qui est
his
un
family, her family, and the manipulator,
sujet.
who is a man.
On s'intéresse au sujet.
He set
Au deuxième
a
épisode,
topic, and when we started being interested,
elle devrait pas.
and in the second episode, she will just go back to her woman position, and she's not supposed to get in touch with drugs, and she can't. She was supposed to pray and so on and so forth. And right from the beginning, you'll see two sides of it. Right from the beginning, you'll say that, okay, she's a bad woman. I was talking with someone yesterday, and the person said that in Nigerian films, in order to give a bad image of a woman, they give her cigarettes right from the first episode. So Selma is in those episodes, and it's like she's a virgin in the end of the day, and she becomes someone important in the movie. And later on, she got married, and all the marriage ceremonies symbolize a kind of a net coming on her, or a veil coming on her face. It's a Soninke tradition, and this is a kind of shock, or it suffocates everyone.
Et ensuite, c'est une déferlante de mari.
And then the husband would like to know where she's going, when she's going, even she's going to the toilet or to the kitchen, or if she's going out. So this describes the daily life of the young woman in a household who doesn't know what to do. And this doesn't invent something new, because the Western culture is inside, and according to the jury, it's good, professional, and professional. And generally, they ask who sings, who shots the movie, where is the camera. Sorry, the speaker spoke Wolof language. And then we have Yai, another movie which addresses the issue of men infertility. And with the casting, you'll see tall, beautiful women with hips and breasts, nice complexion, and well dressed in all the series. So they are selling clothes. The topic disappears. They are in love. It's like they are teaching young men the young teenagers or the youth how to express love in another way. Maybe their way of loving is it's a bit brutal. Long time ago, I visited a Fulanese village in Tambakunda, and I've seen a young couple kissing each other, embracing themselves without kissing themselves, but only with the hands. It was beautiful, it was dense, it was so new to me. I was wondering what they were doing, and the person who was with me said, okay, they are not married, they are learning to know each other, they are discovering themselves, and they are hugging themselves, they are kissing themselves like in a choreography way. And I think film or series should be able to say, okay, well, let's do either way than starting exchanging batteries by kissing. So I start with the principle by this is described by a woman, built by a woman with a lot of difficulties. I know this and I command this, that there is a problem. If you wake up in the morning, you don't have makeup on your face. there is a limit. We need a limit between realism and fiction. We need to recreate our own way. Otherwise, we'll go back to these dynasties like 40 years ago. This is not possible, and it's a mistake from us. The last movie or series I'm going to talk about is The Mistress of a Married Man, Le Président homme marié. We don't know who is guilty, we don't know does what, but men are very driven by having two wives, being married, or they are motivated, and this points finger at a community or a culture which is in the philosophy of gaining, like giving possibilities to the men to pay and have women. Mamma mia. And this is quite good for this example because women are inventing and prolonging the worst, folklore. I agree with you. And they call this tradition. Alima, I'll get back to you in 5 seconds. Marriages are done today, are celebrated today, and the married woman waits in a bed. I am 52 years old. My elder cousins got married inside the yard. The grandmother said they are at the center of the business. She is there, she will be managed there, they will talk to her there in the center of the courtyard. And today they are in the bed, the bride goes to the bed, and they will put the name of the man that comes for the marriage on top of her. Everyone does that. And when you resist, everybody's against you because they say this is a tradition and it means the length of the household, and it goes through the bed. She goes out in the bed with her shoes on, with all the strangers around, in a universe where all her whole life she doesn't have the ability to go there. Anyhow, they go inside the room, they'll take pictures, they will buy new furnitures in order to avoid being ridiculous, and we spend a lot of money, we renew the furnitures, and even though you don't have money, people will put pressure on you, the society, the community will make sure that you become ridiculous as they are. The bride has full makeup on her face, she doesn't resemble or looks like the girl you gave birth to. And you'll see those young men around making a lot of money because they have a website on which your marriage is broadcasted. If your marriage is not in Marc Vision or Martin, it means that you are not married. You change your clothes 5 times, you have not seen the guests have not danced, they have not eaten because there is a kind of fashion, and the mother, the bride and the friends who use a lot of money doing this marriage. It means that those who are in this cinema or movie making could not reproduce such unmeaningful messages. And in this room, everybody has allowed this to happen in a way or the other because the resistance was so strong, because the community could be strong and bad in the same time.
Merci tellement pour ces points. Je pense qu'il y a énormément de choses à dire. Et ça se fera avec l'échange tout à l'heure.
We will do so later. This morning, we talked about deuniversalizing gender. When I hear Fatou talking, this led me to think about how we get to creative processes that could deuniversalize how we represent women in different groups. Alima, would you like to comment on this? I'm going to talk about Selma, which she was talking about. I started watching Selma, the TV series, but I couldn't continue because I was under the impression that it was rationalizing men domination, and it really encouraged this, how we can kill women suffering and their voice. We saw Salma, who's not confident and is waiting for Rashid to come and save her. And we see all these women who are supporting what is happening and tell Salma to be patient. So I couldn't finish watching this series because I didn't find myself in it. I didn't see myself in it. Now, talking about Yai, I was a bit more sensitive to it because they're a bit more independent. And these women do have a relationship. There's a relationship between money and women. And I believe that the producer, who's a woman, does highlight women. There's one actress who's 35 years old that is always being told that she has to get married. Her sister has been married for 5 years and still doesn't have children. So all this to say that this does highlight society. It may seem that it is about women, but there is a hidden reality behind it. You've talked about male infertility because men don't talk about being infertile, sterile, because it does impact their ego. If you agree, I'm not going to say what I thought about Mistress of a Married Man, Maîtresse d'un homme marié, a TV series, or Yai, but it is indeed good work. At first, we're always very happy, and we think that, okay, it is leading us somewhere. I didn't watch Salma, but I do know that we very often reproduce this very stubborn image of the African woman who needs to be saved, whether it be produced by men or women, and this under this very patriarchal stronghold that is not very creative, if I may say so. I believe that there is a very humongous work that needs to be done if we want to take back ownership of spaces and reduce epistemologic inequalities. Fatou Alima, or Fatou with the mask, would you like to share 2 or 3 more elements before I give the floor to the audience? The being is comprised of the visible and the invisible. The subversiveness is in us. In Wolof, we say, who want to... We are talking about survival instincts. And how we get to survival, how we attain survival, it can be through being guided or alone. We can think that God has laid everything in our path, which is obvious when we're a believer, but in cryptic messages, God even says that He will only help those who are ready. He will meet you halfway, meaning that the half of the way, the other half of the way, you have to be able to get out of your shell in order to understand and to see. It is how to move about. Yalu in Wolof, which means being docile, doesn't mean that you're void and that you're unable to understand or unable to think. Parents, even when we're young, they discipline us, but we also discipline them. We have ears to listen, and you do not want to be scolded and screamed at, because otherwise there's interference, and you cannot hear what is important. We all misbehave, and sometimes you see other people who are going through crisis and project their crisis onto us, onto you. So you're surrounded within a household and outside a household. And why do you need discernment? Where do you look for it? Here, you're all in school. And this means that in writings, there are things that concern you, there are things that you might not understand, there are things that you have to find in these writings. I hope for you to find them. I encourage you to look for them elsewhere. And I would like to invite you to deconstruct groups and not function in bands and not work to mimic. You need to how things might explode in your face and how sometimes social aspects can look like a fresh bouquet of flowers or not. And the problem is not Ndigel orders. Ndigel orders is about how it is delivered, how it is expected of you, and to what end. And you have a brain to think about this. Use your brain, that is a muscle, just like any other part of your body. Resistance is not always brutal. It doesn't have to be brutal always. Quite the opposite. The mother that I am only respects my child when faced with a bit of resistance or when my child asks a few questions. Then I take two steps back, and I tell myself, well, this is a functional person in front of me. But when I'm faced with someone who's blindly reproducing what I reproduce, I then stop and I see that I am with a subordinate, and I go look for a belt. The belt that follows, a belt that follows. I would like to translate. The belt that is used, sometimes it is just on the wall so that you might be scared. When you're younger, we just might pretend to hit you with this belt. But when you grow older, you are actually being whipped. And this is then used to regulate. And then we integrate it. And once we integrate it, then the person can disappear and do whatever they wish. We are now inflicting self-harm because we have integrated it without thinking, without thought. And this is why men will say that the hardest traditions are enacted by women. And that's normal. We have integrated this belt, this whip, very early on. So, as youth, you have tools, WhatsApp, Facebook, Google. It's not only for recreational content, fashion, makeup, clothing, etc. There are people who talk to you. There are people who show you the way, whether they be religious, esoterical, Cartesian, scholarly. There are pathways that you have access to. I hate TikTok, but I use TikTok because my children use TikTok. I dance with them, I do things with them, Sometimes they dance a certain way and I tell them, well, this is dumb, why are you doing this? There is something that is a bit more dignified. And I tell them, I show them those dances and I tell them, this is more dignified, isn't it? And they realize that it is. Not everything is in your hips, not everything is in your breasts, and not everything is like this when you're dancing. This is not possible. It's not feasible. Density is when you're grounded. Cameroonian call it balater, meaning hip movements. But there's elevation in Sabar, in Senegalese dancing. We go to the sky. We call upon spirits, upon the sky, and we invite them to occupy space. It is important to have your own style. This is not dancing. Someone taught you this. You don't know where it comes from. A man taught you this. When you're going to be a bit older, you're going to learn this. Who teaches you how to move? Who teaches you how to dance? This person is important. Who teaches you what to do with your facial expressions? Kissing your teeth, where do you learn it? It is important at some point to think about who you are and who you want to be. If TV failed, it's because we allowed it to fail. It's because professionals were recouped by community. When you watch TFM, a local channel, everyone, with no exception, bleach their skin. If journalists start their show by saying, I heard, turn your TV off and look for another source, you have the ability to do so. All shows look alike, and they all tell you the same. Women before were goods, spouses, brides before were best. Look at brides today. The same people who were on this TV show cannot talk to you about weddings, about marriage, about religion, about union, about citizen, about nationality, about citizenship, about life, about health, about everything that you might need to represent, finally, a concept of Africanism. If you have to go abroad, or you think that you have to go abroad to represent something in your society, then we've completely failed. If you have to take a boat and risk death in order to send money to your mother who's going to parade herself in ceremonies because you're abroad and you have whatever job it may be, and then she does not only eat but goes beyond eating and parades herself around in social ceremonies, then you have failed, because you only have to now wait and give back control to those who have fought. There's no if, there's no buts. Work is the only way. Thank you very much, Fatou. Alima, I believe that you understand that we are faced with a group of young students. Do you have closing remarks, maybe on representation, on women's role, etc.? Thank you. Thank you very much. I would just like to piggyback on the fact that you talked about stubborn women. In the past, African women were qualified sometimes as stubborn, but also as masculine, as audacious, exalting, and as trailblazing for other women. And we've realized that all these masculine attributes have been considered as positive for women before pre-colonial African women.
When we had colonialism and the arrival of these religions, women started being locked in cages, and they became submissive, resilient. On a post-colonial point of view, we have NGOs that would like to save women and strengthen their capacity to take action. This is to say that feminism, or African feminism, is not static. It's reinvented every day, and it needs to get out of these speeches that have been built by others, speeches on women that could be traced back to pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial periods. As long as we've not done this exercise, we won't be able to locate the position of women and get their feelings and what their battles were all about. Thank you. Thank you, Alima. Thank you. Is it, if it's okay by your side, I'm going now to give the floor to the audience. Fatou, is it okay? So, the audience, you have the floor. I'll give you the floor. And the program continues. We will be short. I can see Sele nodding his head in the back there. I propose that those who talked during the first plenary allow those who have not yet taken the floor to say something. We will take like 5 questions, comments. Thank you. Apparemment, c'est comment ça s'appelle? Hein? Camp courant qui lui donne les instructions. Do we have a roaming mic in the room? Someone in the back. If you raise your hand, we can see you in the back over there. At the back. Good morning to you all. I am a student and a writer. First of all, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you for shedding light on so many issues that we were not aware about. My question is, for example, at school, we have topics like how to keep girls in schools, early marriage, forced marriage, mismatch competitions, feminist books, novels, and we have excellence schools for women or girls like Maria Maba. This gender equality issue is pushing you guys to forget men, to forget about men in the field. Please repeat the last part of your sentence. This mission of gender equality is not something that is pushing you to forget men on the field, in the field. It's like neglecting men. Let's not questions and comments. The lady in the front. Ça, c'est quoi ça?
C'est en fait un compte Instagram pour tous les mariages sénégalais. Donc tout le monde maintenant veut paraître sur MacVision.
C'est pas possible. Thank you, dear panelists, and thank you for this initiative. I have inputs, but also a question. For the first input, I would have liked that the notion of feminism is explained, because our young sisters and brothers that who are here don't have the same understanding. Maybe those of us who are doing research on this or looking for the definition of what feminism is, especially in our African societies and more precisely in the Senegalese society. The other issue is that in Africa we don't necessarily have as one society, we have many of them, and the problem of the tradition is still there. So there is that interconnection that exists between tradition and modernity, and in 100 years' time the problem will remain, and that is what Africa is. Africa is tradition, Africa is our culture. So what do we do to ourselves to fight some topics and decontextualize these subjects in our African societies? I think that if you try to touch upon these points, some key points will be solved. Key issues will be solved. I'll stop for now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have a third person? Mais c'est quoi ça?
C'est comme Bella Naija, hein. Il y a ça partout.
Moi, je ne vois pas étaler ma vie comme ça. I would like to thank all the panelists. Pourquoi ça te dirait de faire ça? I was very glad to hear some things that deconstruct and allow our generation and our children's generation to have the possibility to affirm or to express themselves. It's not a matter of joining modernity by destroying what we had. It's not a matter of unrooting ourselves, but it's a matter of looking for knowledge elsewhere in order to better appreciate our peculiarity and better define our African identity. So I'm very happy to hear some interventions, and I was also touched by the artistic gesture of Madame Fatou, which allows me now to look at TikTok either way, because my children are also on TikTok. But I have the bad habit of thinking that if it's good for the children, it's not good for the parents. But actually, that's not what it's supposed to be. We need to support the children, watch what they are doing in order to solve some issues and bridge some gaps and allow intergenerational communication. Thank you. Thank you. The person here has asked the floor. My name is Mr. J. Mustafa J. I would like to thank you for TV series. Those making buzz now are the women image looking for luxury. And let's recall that in our African societies, we have the brave women of Wallo, who are African women. And I think that the Senegalese woman is a kind of slave of the proverb we have. Yassine Boubou sacrificed herself to preserve the throne of her husband, and the husband took the blood of Yassine Boubou to stay on power. And when the son of Yassine Boubou became king, Birem Yassine sorry, the speaker is speaking Wolof that the interpreters can't understand. And the king ruled in prosperity. If he doesn't eat, he drinks. So all those particular the importance of women, how the power is preserved, the dignity with which the Amazons of Wallo sacrificed themselves to preserve dignity. One last question. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for these brilliant interventions. I have a question with regards to the new technologies. We've talked about TikTok, about movie making, and my question is about the ICTs. I'm also a researcher. I work in the fashion world. UX design, sorry. We don't know how to integrate women in this world of ICT, which is growing. We have a lot of apps. How to integrate women and create apps or digital solutions or innovative solutions that integrate women opinion in our African societies that could allow to understand the opinion of men and women and create apps that are meaningful to everyone. Thank you. Tu la connais? Thank you. Thank you. The beautiness of the moderator is allowed the others to react. Fatou and Alima will comment on your questions and answer to your questions. On feminism, I think Adam did well this morning. So if you feel the need to get more information, knowing that we have feminists here, if you feel the need to redistribute or to get a definition of the young ones that are here, maybe Alima and Fatou could give you information on this. I'll start by feminism to say that when I started, I identified myself to feminism, but I didn't know that the feminism I took ownership with was white, beautiful, and when I was in Paris, I've noticed that this feminism doesn't reflect my culture and my roots, and my battles that I've took ownership of were not the ones of my community. This is to say that feminism is a woman ideology that defends women's cause. Today we have a lot of feminism. Feminism is plural. It depends on where we are and what we inspires us. You are students or people? You said that there are a lot of initiatives for the she's, for women or girls. Are we not forgetting boys? Yes, it's true. Currently, there are a lot of projects for men, and we've also noticed that there is a gap. We have women that or girls that are not going to school when their mothers have not been to school in the environment. Women or girls' education is not taken serious. In many projects, we're talking about positive masculinity. That is how to integrate young boys who will support the girls. We're talking about equality so that women or girls could be allies of boys. This should be done together and not separately. We don't want, it's not a matter of girls will be so emancipated or boys left behind or frustrated by that women emancipation. So today everything is done in one accord. If you go to the United States, the system found a solution to channel the black man who in the history of the US create worries to stop him. They've framed or support the woman, black woman. The percentage of monoparental family is extremely high. Women are on an avenue and went far and left behind their it or their men. That's why we need to pay attention to avoid reproducing such cases, because there is no reason for it. But it's a concern that is really smart. There is nothing worse than a woman who is so much emancipated, because in the end of the day she will reconduct models that we accuse men of doing. That means we are going to have men in woman version. But I believe that for having witnessed personal cases coming from Casamance, I know that sometimes the school is far from everything. The responsibility of these social areas is to ensure having food and drinks to all those who live in that space. And we can't lack labor for workforce. And children are there for that. Adding to the fact that with the distance, a lot of things may happen. Aminata Draman Traoré is a global activist from Mali who was the first person to attend school in her family and open the doors for a group of women to follow. Her grandfather required that she could be sent to school, and she used to like suitcases or backpacks that young boys were carrying, And quickly, he supported her, took her around, and he was pleased to see that as a young girl, she was she used to think like boys were older than her. So that was the intrigate for a whole community to allow a girl to go to school because there was someone available to support. And this interrogates our national education. Beyond the content, I don't know if it has changed because at some point, Remy was doing a lot of things with her father, going to market with the mother and cooking some things. And the content of the book was controversial. And if we have to add to this the fact that something dangerous may occur to that young girl, it is simply the fact that she wants to go to school. I'm coming from Goudon, which is not far from Ziguinchor. And in Goudon, girls were not even interested in going to school. And I've tried to understand why. There was a kind of legend related to the religion, which says that paradise or heaven, or all that they need was at the feet of their mothers. And the more they stay with the mothers, the more they will collect blessings. And boys also are going to school, they have the same mothers, and they say, yes, that's the religion. They should be allowed to go to school so that we can have more blessings at home. It means someone found a way to trick, to deceive them. It means we are objects of desire, always, forever. So if the handsome boy doesn't want to stay behind, not only you should act in solidarity with your sisters so that everyone take profit from education, but within the schools where there are a lot of idiots in the playing ground at school, you need to decide yourself to become someone else and continue the class in the playing ground. You should not leave aside the learning process elsewhere and become this kind of free and savage person in the courtyard and think about other girls who will be interested in what you're doing when they'll be ready. There is also a burden on the boys, and let us not forget this. Thank you. Faut que je mange quelque chose. J'ai pris je sais pas quoi.
Thank you very much. I just want to add on Alima and Fatima's interventions on this specific point because I do think that your question is important. Are we not leaving boys and men behind? And I would just like to add something. Asking yourself questions as to how we organize the lack of access and the exclusion of girls and women. As a boy in that who does not go to school is the same thing as a girl who was taken away from school because she needed to get married. So we need to really prevent these issues, saying that what we're taking from men, we're giving to women. The same way, we're looking at disenfranchised people, underprivileged people who are disenfranchised, not who are underprivileged. When you go to Carthage, Sudan, or elsewhere, and we have across the country billboards that say, I want to go to school and stay in school. But we're looking at the village where this billboard is, we can see that there are no schools. And young women are the first one to suffer from it because we see that there are violences within their households, but also on the way to school. So when we're interrogating patriarchy, the system that is prioritizing men, we're not looking at it at an individual level, but rather at how, as society, we're creating and reinforcing the system because of an imperialistic or religious baggage, whether it be Muslim or Christian or etc., or because we are looking at colonialism and we're looking at a colonial way of looking at women and people who do not correspond as how we imagine men and women. Thank you very much. Are, are there any other comments, maybe? Just 2 minutes each. So I think there was a comment on tradition, on society, and how, as African, we are living with all of this culture and everything that was shared, everything that is here as writings and as content on pre-colonial society and current society. All this to say that we have integrated some representations. We also look at how, as a collective, we see ourselves. Fatou talked about marriage earlier, and how during weddings, brides are now on their parental beds with their shoes on and etc. Something that we have now accepted in our society and that we live with. And this begs me to think about Amin Malouf, who said that we have multiple identities, meaning that we can identify with different stories, different histories, different knowledge, and we're not. We can move, and this is the beauty of who we are, and our trajectories always change. Thank you very much. Fatou, you have the floor. I wanted to say that the commercial dimension, which leads the world today, we will not be able to escape from it. If Magie, Jumbo, Onion Jumbo, and all of these different stocks that we now have, Magie, Sumbala, etc., all these spices and cooking stocks that we have exist, and that we have imprisoned women in it, we've also imprisoned men in it. Cooking is part of this seduction game that we have. If women cannot cook today, they don't know what to do. If my wife was here, she would be quite shocked. She is a newlywed and she now cooks with Google, and she shares her food with other women from the same household. We didn't have time for cooking classes because for us it was part of your survival kit, and that she would learn how to cook once she needed to feed herself or other people. But her presence in a household was conditioned by such. She reads, she takes time to read and do things that the Senegalese woman did not do. So she didn't have time to come up with a program. And she's not looked at from top management, but those who are at the very bottom and do not accept differences, do not accept diversity, that other people exist, that do not accept that you could be Murid or you can follow different factions of Islam even. And the master of all of this is trade. It is economic factors. Those who sell you hair, who sell you food, who sell you whatever it may be. And all of this, we across the world, we're subject to. And it is damaging for our cultures. It is damaging to all of us because we're kind of in this whirlwind of trying to find ways to create our path, and paths that need to be presented to our decision makers, political decision makers. Every 2 years in cinema, we go to Burkina Faso for Festival FESPACO, which is a African film festival, and it is an open air festival. And you see this street salesperson, this street donut vendor who now has time to watch a movie. 30 years of film festival. Even those who did a political coup will never touch this festival. In the room last year, there were two people. There were one of the military coup actors, and the woman of the one who was chased away. So there was Apolline, who is a Burkinabe woman, who is grounded by political will. And that works independently of who is in power. And we feel that it is freestyle going everywhere, and we cannot have a minister of culture who stays for over a year. We only have politicians. It might feel like these are people who didn't even attend school, even though they might have. We talk so much, we meet so much, we say what we need so much, what we need for national education systems. We have so much documentation because there was a very big meeting with very prominent figures, but we don't know how to stop and think about the way forward. There's always going to be interest that blocks what we need. And this collectivity in our culture that we pretend to have, well, it's not there. There's personal interest, clan interest, ethnic group interest. If I were president, vote for me. I don't know when, but vote for me. When I will become president, I cannot pretend to come from the same ethnic group as my top 10 prime minister, etc., etc. It's not possible. What vision do we have of what we're advocating for from this African person who studied and had the will to lead its people towards light? It's not possible. This means that there is so much to do that we do not know where to start, but we do need to start somewhere. And it has to come from the bottom up. Everyone needs to stay focused and needs to grasp onto it until they can be hand in hand with their neighbor and work together. So that means that you have to resist your mothers, you have to resist your fathers. And sometimes when women don't want to do what they are told to do, well, they're being chased from their house with their mothers. Mothers are always held responsible. There was no revolution. And at some point, the revolution needs to happen, but in a very deep way, not by attacking Auchan to steal butter and things to eat, but really a true and big revolution, which is necessary. And at that point, you will see that your creators are so needed, even more so than your ministers, unlike what one might think. And the revolution will be digital, and your voices will be amplified online, and it will be understood. I'm going to stop by a series that is called Walabok. How is the youth doing? It was in competition with a 17 TV series, which benefited from funding from people who didn't want to fund me. But I won because women were normal, they were in conflict with their children, they went to the market, they also wanted a life companion in order to move forward together. They wanted their children to have opportunity. The children were really struggling in this place where the state wasn't present. Pekin started with 3 shacks, but a city emerged without schools, etc., etc. There is a group in school now. There are groups that study from 8 to 12 and from 2 to 6. How can a child learn in French, learn French in French, learn math in French, and then develop their own country? How can they understand the difference between developing and modernizing? How can they contribute and resist for institutions to come in their countries and say, I'm going to give you wheat if you publish this, and that message? So women, boys and girls, whether you're working or not, expectations are the same. So we're coming back to the schizophrenia that I talked about earlier. We will need a revolution. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am going to ask you to applaud Fatou and Alima. Thank you so much. Celine, could you please come and introduce the movie? There is a small film that is going to be introduced. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very edifying roundtable, and thank you to our 2 panelists from this morning. And what I really retain is that we need people who are politically and technologically committed. And talking about revolutions, Fatou, we need to question this transmission content. What are we publishing? And in order to have a revolution, we need to really question what we're spreading around the world. And I believe that this is a problem that we have. We haven't questioned what we're publishing, and we need to question that. So we are now going to introduce a movie, 2 different short clips in the framework and one of our programs, which is called Inter-Elle. So it highlights an intergenerational dialogue. We were also victims of this oral society. We do not write too much. And we wanted to start with producing clips that trace the first Senegalese movement in Senegal, which was established in 1984. It is called Yewi Yewi, Mouvement Yewi Yewi. It is the first organization that claimed itself as feminist, founded in 1984. Hopefully, we will be able to launch this on June 17th. You will all be invited at the Musée de la Femme, Museum for Women, and hopefully these 2 topics will show you why they decided to lead this fight and the actions on the field. Thank you very much.
J'ai l'impression d'avoir travaillé 2 jours. Oh.
Moi, je regarde la vie de mes grands-mères, les 2. Je suis pas sûre que j'ai envie de cette vie-là. Ma grand-mère sénégalaise, elle se levait tous les matins pour piler 6 kilos de mil à main nue. Je ne suis pas sûre que ça m'éclaterait aujourd'hui, moi, de piler 6 kilos. Je trouve très bien qu'il y ait des machines pour faire ça. Voyez-vous, donc, ça aussi, c'était un aspect qui me révoltait, de voir que dès qu'il s'agissait de la femme, on nous renvoyait à une espèce de tradition séculaire, comme si dès qu'on parlait de la femme, il ne pouvait pas y avoir de progrès.
La société sénégalaise a été forgée sur une culture de femmes courtisanes, femmes séductrices. On doit passer notre temps à séduire les hommes pour être marié, pour avoir de l'argent, pour être reconnu, pour ceci, pour cela. Donc, entendre des femmes qui pouvaient élever la voix, qui pouvaient défendre des principes qui n'étaient pas faciles, beaucoup d'hommes ont plus été impressionnés par ça que par le contenu de ce qu'on disait. Mais c'était important parce qu'on montrait des qualités féminines différentes de ce qu'on avait vu jusqu'à présent.
En réalité, la société sénégalaise est une société très réactionnaire. C'est ça la vérité. C'est une société, moi je dirais même pas conservatrice, mais elle est réactionnaire en fait. C'est une société qui n'aime pas le dissensus, qui n'aime pas les gens qui se lèvent pour lutter contre l'oppression. Non, c'est une société où il faut être comme tout le monde. Voilà.
À l'époque, dans les années 80-90, oser poser des questions ahurissantes, la maîtrise du corps à travers la contraception, la planification familiale, la polygamie, s'attaquer à ces deux questions, mais c'est du courage. Peut-être qu'elles étaient plus dans ce féminisme radical, mais le fait de s'attaquer à ces deux questions-là et de pouvoir en tout cas discuter, échanger avec différents acteurs, qu'ils soient religieux ou autres, avoir ces terrains de discussion, de débat qui nous manquent aujourd'hui. Et c'est tout ça, c'est des leçons finalement.
C'est normal parce qu'un mouvement avant-gardiste qui s'attaque aux préjugés sociaux et particulièrement qui remet en cause les rapports d'oppression et de domination des femmes, parce que libérer la femme, c'est libérer toute la société. Or, qui a intérêt à ce que les femmes soient libérées? La société entière a intérêt à cela. Mais à l'heure actuelle, que ce soit les idéologies religieuses qui subordonnent le statut de la femme à un rang inférieur, que ce soit également même un certain nombre de femmes qui sont victimes de l'idéologie masculine, n'ont pas conscience de leur situation.
Que ce soit la religion musulmane ou la religion chrétienne, c'est des religions qui sont de culture étrangère, hein. On n'a rien à voir avec ça. On n'a rien à voir avec ça. Alors, soit ils disent, on nous taxe de toubab. Quand on dit féminisme, on dit toubab, alors que c'est faux. Dans nos traditions, nous avons des statuts qui nous permettent de pouvoir puiser là-dedans pour nous fortifier et pour théoriser même le féminisme.
Il y a le pouvoir et l'autorité de l'État et il y a l'autorité de Dieu. Et si on veut philosopher en réalité, il faut savoir dans quel domaine on philosophe. Si on se base sur la religion, ça c'est Dieu qui est là. Mais si on se base sur le dunya, c'est-à-dire la vie mondaine, ça c'est la raison. Donc c'est la raison qui doit nous guider. L'islam n'est pas contre la raison. Tout ce qui peut être nuisible donc à la société peut être revu.
Donc aujourd'hui, il y a un défi majeur d'éclairer la jeune génération de femmes engagées sur le plan de la lutte pour remettre en cause l'oppression des femmes, pour remettre en cause le statut des femmes, pour véritablement se rendre compte qu'il est important de reprendre le flambeau de l'approche holistique si on veut véritablement avoir enregistré des progrès dans la position du problème de la femme, c'est-à-dire une position qui aille en profondeur dans la remise en cause de l'oppression des femmes et qui remette en cause la question du patriarcat.
Il faut qu'il y ait la transmission, et cette transmission, c'est à travers les œuvres, n'est-ce pas? Écrire. Aujourd'hui, on est peut-être dans une société beaucoup plus audio, visuelle, etc. Donc, il y a tout un tas de choses que l'on pourrait faire à ce niveau-là. Et ensuite, la transmission, c'est une posture. Cette posture-là, n'est-ce pas, de revendication de l'émancipation de la femme, n'est-ce pas, mais une émancipation qui est une émancipation de l'homme de manière générique.
Je trouve qu'on est très modeste par rapport à ce que nous avons fait à l'époque. Quand je vois le chemin qui a été parcouru et l'impression que j'ai qu'on a reculé, que les idées qu'on a eues à l'époque, les batailles que nous avons menées, j'ai l'impression aujourd'hui quand je regarde les jeunes, les jeunes filles, les jeunes femmes, à part celles qui étaient à l'époque des femmes qui pouvaient intégrer Yewi mais qui ne l'ont pas fait pour des raisons que je ne connais pas, qui aujourd'hui se réclament du féminisme, les autres ne connaissent pas, ne savent pas ce qui a été fait à l'époque.
Je suis déçue parce que je pense que beaucoup de jeunes femmes aujourd'hui ne se rendent pas compte d'abord du travail qui a été fait, d'où on part, et que ces acquis-là, comme toujours quand il s'agit des femmes, ces acquis-là sont très fragiles. Et qu'elles profitent aujourd'hui d'acquis qu'elles ne se battent pas pour consolider et elles ne se battent pas non plus pour aller plus loin. Voyez-vous? Et ça me chagrine. Par contre, je trouve qu'il y a de plus en plus de femmes qui sont éduquées, de plus en plus de femmes qui travaillent, de plus en plus de femmes qui veulent faire une carrière. Quand vous parlez aujourd'hui avec des femmes qui ont 30-35 ans, elles veulent avoir une carrière.
Je parlerai difficilement de cette nouvelle génération parce que je pense que je n'ai pas encore bien perçu ce qu'elles veulent. Elles se sont engagées, elles ont un atout. Les technologies aujourd'hui sont plus favorables, ça favorise plus l'échange, plus la réflexion, les dynamiques de groupe, etc. Et c'est important qu'il y ait un dialogue intergénérationnel sur ces questions-là. Mais je pense que c'est une fierté de voir qu'il y ait des femmes qui ont repris le combat et qui travaillent dans le sens du féminisme.
Aujourd'hui, il y a, je le vois sur les réseaux sociaux, le mouvement Doina, il y a aussi un mouvement qui s'appelle Awa. Mais je ne sais pas si c'est un problème, mais je pense qu'il y a un problème d'organisation, il y a un problème aussi de pratique politique, de conscience politique aussi. Parce que si on voit ce qui s'est passé dans un passé lointain avec le mouvement Yewi, justement, c'était des femmes qui étaient politisées, qui avaient une conscience politique qui était très 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 forte. Malheureusement, aujourd'hui, il y a un déficit de conscience politique. Moi, c'est comme ça que je le vois. Après, je ne sais pas si ça correspond à la réalité, mais je le vois comme ça, en fait. Parce que tout combat d'émancipation, c'est d'abord un combat de culture politique et de conscience politique.
Je pense que c'est ça qui nous manque et c'est extrêmement important aujourd'hui et je lance à tout le monde, la jeune génération qui se disent dans les réseaux sociaux, partout que je suis féministe, ce qui nous manque, c'est cette fédération, cette mobilisation autour de ce mouvement. Il faut recréer ce mouvement-là qui est extrêmement important pour poursuivre la lutte parce que rien n'est acquis. Rien n'est acquis, elles ont balayé le terrain. Ça ne veut pas dire que les choses qu'on a eues aujourd'hui en termes de droits, l'égalité en termes de salaire, on l'a eu aujourd'hui grâce à elles parce qu'elles ont pu en tout cas poser les questions, le débat à l'époque. Mais rien n'est acquis. Demain, on peut le perdre. On peut tout perdre demain. Donc, on est sur un fil de rasoir et il faut qu'on soit très vigilant et continuer à jouer ce rôle de lobbying, de pression est extrêmement important si on veut conserver et avoir d'autres acquis.
Nos actions doivent tourner sur l'intergénérationnel. Peut-être qu'il y a des jeunes qui souhaitent et qui veulent venir, mais qui ne connaissent pas le chemin, qui ne savent pas où passer. Nous devons à la limite organiser des débats télévisés à travers les radios, à travers les journaux, reprendre, mais non.
Et surtout, comment
projet aujourd'hui, ce qui se passe en articulation avec ce qui se faisait, ce qu'on a eu à faire jusqu'ici.
Aujourd'hui, on est à l'école, on travaille parce qu'il y a eu des combats qui ont été menés avant et d'être consciente en tant que jeune de ça et aussi pouvoir s'engager encore sur le terrain. Je sais que le temps nous manque, on ne va pas ouvrir des échanges, mais je vais juste annoncer Bambina, une chanson. Donc elle va faire une prestation et après la prestation, on va aller au déjeuner et au retour, il y a un film programme. Donc le travail va continuer. Donc après la prestation, évidemment, on va donner la parole à Fabien pour le mot de clôture et aussi pour préciser en tout cas les détails du programme de l'après-midi. Merci beaucoup.
Mam yàlla noppi na ba pare may ñu suuf ndox ngelaw safar kon jànnam wàcc na ba pare xanaa xamul ne buur yàlla noppi na ba pare ki sàkku bëccëg ngir doomu aadama sàkku na guddee ngir sutura mam yàlla may ñu ndox bu ñu dundee fay la mam yàlla may ñu jant bu ñu dundee fay la Le deuxième son. soppeeku nañ mag boo ne jant baa ngi mu ne la gisu ko loo si man yaay ki ñu leeral ki ñu niital woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la yaay ki ñu leeral ki ñu niital ginde ñu ndax si lëndëm lañu nekk talal sa yiw si doomu aadama yee jant guddee ndax suuf see moom lañu dundee woo ndox mee moom lañu dundee ngelaw gee moom lañu nooyee safara see moom lañu dundee talal si yiw si doomu aadama jant guddee yoo talal si yiw si doomu aadama jant guddee woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la yaay ki ñu leeral ki ñu niital woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la yaay ki ñu leeral jant guddi ki ñu niital woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la woo naa la merci je vous remercie je vous remercie je vous donne la parole.
Je vais prendre la parole. Bambina Bambi, merci beaucoup, c'était génial. Vous m'entendez? Ok, plus ou moins. Je dirais que c'est un peu ironique que c'est un homme qui va finir maintenant cette séance aujourd'hui, mais ça reflète aussi un peu... Doesn't only look at empowering women, but also empowering men, because they need to steer away from stereotypes, and I believe that's very important. I'm very moved. It was very edifying. It was very relevant. We almost finished on... Genre, je pense qu'une chose qui était claire pour moi, ce sont des débats qu'on doit continuer à mener ensemble. Je vous invite encore une fois pour le 17 juin où nous allons présenter
where we're going to present the different short films, and we're also going to go back into these debates. We have looked at different topics, we've looked at languages, we've looked at revisiting history and different stories of women who are not well known, unfortunately. And maybe this is a task for us as a foundation to improve visibility for such stories and talk about it more. I would like to thank Laiti for moderating this event so wonderfully. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, Rohaya, Odom, who had to leave, Alima, Fatou, thank you very much. And finally, thank you once again to Talking Object for giving us the space to talk about these topics. And Célie, without you, none of this would have been possible. You're the one who undertook this project. Thank you very much. One last specification on the program. We're now going to take a break. We're going to be on break until 3 p.m., knowing that there's always traffic in Dakar. Well, lunch is not here yet, but it is going to be here soon. This afternoon, we're going to see a short film called The Statues Also Die, and the last session will be this evening between 4:30 and 6:30 on archives in Becoming. So thank you very much for your patience. It was really good for me to see so many young people here this morning. Thank you very much.
Oh my god. On va présenter le film après.
Après, on conclut.
Moi, je vais aller manger, hein.
Tu m'invites où?
Ah non, toi, tu dois rester parce que c'est toi qui reprends. Ah oui, tu gardes le fort, hein. Ah ben oui, je viens de faire quoi? Presque une heure, hein. Ah si. Ah si. Non, mais tu fais peut-être que le déjeuner arrive, non? Le déjeuner arrive. Hein?
Je dégage, moi. Le film, c'est 30 minutes fois 2.
Il y a un film de 30 minutes, puis un film de 34 minutes. Mais il a... Ouais. Et un troisième film de 27 minutes, hein. Donc il y a 3 films. 30, 34, 27. Ah là là. This is gonna be nice. Ou vraiment parce que mon cerveau chauffe, hein. À l'heure là. Patate. Hi, Cheesy. How are you? I miss you. I hope you're well. Yes, we can definitely do that. Let's aim for. I guess you're working on Monday. It's going to be a bit difficult for me this weekend. I'm working today, and tomorrow I have family event to attend. But I'm free on Monday, and it's my only free day, available day until Sunday next week, pretty much. So yeah, let me know if Monday works for you. Otherwise, we can always find like quick 30 minutes, one of these, like in the evening, one of those days. Bisous. Je viens de mettre mes chaussures en fait, mais j'arrive pas à les mettre. Mon pied gauche me... Ah ok, c'est bon.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'll be fine.
Mais ton pied n'est pas enflé.
Si, mon pied gauche est complètement enflé là.
Tu as remarqué?
Ouais, ça me fait mal.
Oh là là.
Let's see how this one goes. J'ai pas étiré mon pied aussi.
C'est les pédologues, c'est ça?
Ouais, les
Est-ce qu'il y en
podologues.
a ici au Sénégal?
Podologues, ça va le faire.
Parce que moi-même j'en cherche. Hein. Il m'est arrivé de... Après avoir porté une paire de chaussures, j'ai marché longtemps avec. Ça m'a déclenché une douleur au talon.
Faut qu'on fasse attention, surtout comme on est tous dans la scie là.
Douleur au talon. Oh. Tu as besoin d'un massage?
Je vais faire un massage maintenant.
Un massage des pieds?
Je vais faire un massage complet.
Complet.
Yes. Peut-être dans la semaine. Prochain.
C'est comme si la réunion était terminée. Mais c'est fini, je rentre. Sauf que c'est la fin. Menuisier dans la salle ou quoi?
C'est le plus qui bouge pas.
Ah, ok.
Je vais réparer ça aujourd'hui. N'importe quoi.
Restaurant.
Ici? Est-ce qu'on va pas manger dehors?
Ah oui, on peut dire, hein?
Ouais, je pense. Hein.
Really?
I think so.
Attends, la nourriture c'est dans les lunch boxes ou dans les takeaway ou whatever?
I think maybe plates.
Ok. Single use plate?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
Oh. Donc c'est de bon sang. Ça c'est une réunion.
Souvent, tu sais,
Surtout
les
quand
gens
tu
qui
es
organisent.
unprepared comme ça,
Hein?
je vous plains.
Souvent, les gens qui organisent tout ce qui est politique, médical, je pense qu'on a du mal. Moi, j'ai toujours dit, c'est tout ce qui est artistique, là, c'est là que tu as du mal. Parce que c'est des notions tellement abstraites,
Eh oui.
c'est des références à 50 000 personnes.
Bien sûr. J'aurais bien aimé l'artiste, elle est partie.
Aucune idée. Est-ce qu'elle attend pas le déjeuner?
Ça m'a carrément échappé. Et ton petit frère, tu vas bien?
Quel petit frère? Lequel?
Tu en as deux.
Oui.
Celui qui te dérange dans la maison. Ou bien les deux te dérangent.
Bien sûr. Et en plus, j'en ai deux. Et donc, il y en a un qui vient en Allemagne, qui est là en ce moment.
Non, je parle de l'autre qui vient souvent te fatiguer chez toi.
Les deux, hein?
Ah ouais?
Oui. C'est celui qui vient en Allemagne qui me fatigue le plus. Parce que lui, il est chez les parents.
Ok.
Oui. Lui, quand même. Dès qu'il peut, là, il vient à la maison. Même s'il peut venir passer la nuit, il passe la nuit à la maison. Mais non, peut-être qu'il part bientôt, hein. Inch'Allah, en tout cas. Il va bien.
Tu sais que j'ai toujours mon carnet là.
Ah bon?
Mais
Moi,
il est
je viens
rempli.
de le commencer. Moi, je viens juste de le commencer.
Carnet des Polonais. Notre réunion du début de la guerre en Ukraine. Là.
Le lendemain, littéralement.
Le lendemain de la guerre en Ukraine.
Puisque les gens des drones là sont partis.
Oui. Donc voilà. Le dormir. Ah, ok. David Ngobo. Ah, tu me dis le fille. Faut y aller au Sébène Kwebea. Au Sephora en Kwebea. Je vais prendre ma pompe. Quand le bon job est venu, moi, déficit technique. Pour ma pompe, pour la venir voir, bah, avec la pompe maintenant, là. Ouais, bah, tu sais, oui, il faut. Bon. Ah, mais alors, dans le blanc, ben, ils ont voit. Le che a me aveva legge la due giornate dopo mi hanno trovato un son puso qua e le ah no vono la te ya la don jinento no izona me na ten dan ko ata ko nko ko no kaka ado bona David na beni afon ok enyo ils arrêtent vous d'accord merci beaucoup. Tu as un bouton qui n'est pas...
Il se fait tout dans la masse, il faut que j'arrête de porter cette chose. Ah oui, oui, comment ça va? J'espère que tu vas bien. Dis-moi, finalement, est-ce que tu vas à Sephora ou pas? Parce que il y a des trucs à partir du site, c'est littéralement une semaine. Donc si tu y vas, and I can't figure out Fine. I miss you. Hâte de te voir quand tu reviens.
Hello, Ibo. Comment vas-tu? Ça se passe bien. Ça avance. Ou bien ça part là maintenant? Enfin, tu as essayé quoi? Ça te donne bien. Ah, merci beaucoup, Ibo. Ok. Le petit bruit et console là. Ah, ah. Ok, ok, d'accord. Can we leave the bags inside here? Ok. Ok. Maintenant, qu'est-ce que je voulais dire?
Samira?
Ok, il y a mon frère qui va passer dans le coin là. Il va passer voir si tu es au garage, comme ça quoi. Il va voir ça quoi. Non, maintenant le tableau, maintenant au niveau de la boîte, la vitesse là, tu vois, il y a les lumières qui s'allument là-bas. Je ne sais pas si. Mhm. 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 ça va.
Ça va?
Oui. Chaud.
Oui.
Ça marche pas.
C'est ça que j'ai demandé au gars. Il m'a dit qu'il y a beaucoup de bruit. Il fait beaucoup de bruit. Moi aussi,
On souffle.
Oui, bien sûr.
Et toi, tu imagines, on est encore dans ça.
Voilà.
Merci, mon chéri.
C'est les lampes aussi.
Oui, c'est vrai.
Oh. Il fait tellement bon dehors à l'ombre. Si c'était intelligent. On aurait fait le tout fait dehors. Tranquillement.
Sous les arbres, on fait des appels.
Oui. Ah ouais, heureusement que j'ai pris du café, hein. Moi je vais m'endormir là. Oh.
Donc, ça devrait aller.
Tu as vu ce qui s'est passé à Valence?
Non, j'ai pas suivi.
Avec au foot. Le joueur, comment il s'appelle? J'oublie son nom. Brésilien là, il y a un joueur brésilien qui joue au Real.
Vinicius ou quoi?
Vinicius. T'as pas vu qu'on l'a traité de singe
Le match contre Valence là, j'ai pas suivi. Je sais qu'il joue que le Real.
Tout le stade, avant le match, pendant le match, à un moment pendant le match, il a dit non. On lui a donné un carton rouge en plus de ça. Je te jure, je te jure, je te jure.
Toutes ces insultes là et on...
Singe. Vinicius, mono, écrit ça là-bas, non-stop.
Oh non.
Non-stop.
Non.
Voilà. Je te jure.
Il a fait quoi de mal? Parce qu'il est noir, c'est
oui.
ça?
Mais les Espagnols sont deeply racist. En fait, Valence, moi, ma petite sœur est à Valence. Chaque jour, il lui arrive des choses incroyables. Je te jure, chaque jour. Merci.
Beaucoup,
tu sais que la Liga n'a rien fait, hein?
Et en plus, on lui donne un carton rouge. Attends, je dois voir ce truc.
Je suis en train de chercher ça pour toi. Vinicius. Que le Brésil a décidé de jouer contre les nations africaines afin de soutenir Vinicius. How does that work? Ils vont faire 2 matchs contre la Guinée et le Sénégal. Le 17 juin à Lisbonne.
Ah ouais. En Espagne en plus.
Non, Lisbonne,
non,
Portugal, ouais.
Portugal plutôt.
Ah, ça va être un beau match, ça.
Bon, ouais.
La portée plainte, hein, ça va jusque devant les tribunaux. Hein.
Non, mais il y a de quoi.
C'est incroyable.
Les Eto'o et consorts ont été victimes de ça tout le temps. Mais ils ont porté plainte, mais ça n'a jamais abouti. Ouais. Jamais. Ouais, ils ont la balle, on les traite de singes, on leur jette la banane et tout ça.
Cissé, je me rappelle, Cissé, à un moment, il a pété un câble. À l'époque. Parce que c'est en fait, il y a tellement de nouvelles par rapport à ça que tout ce que tu vois maintenant, c'est they're filing a hate crime complaint, Lewis Hamilton en parle. Tu ne trouves même plus la vidéo, quoi. On avait un carton rouge.
Non, c'est méchant, quoi.
Tout le stade, je te dis.
Sunday, Vinicius Jr. suddenly pointed to someone in the crowd. The supporter in question had been hurling racial slurs towards the Real Madrid
Qui? Bora. Xanaa si suuf la nekk. Attends, xaaral ma xool ndax yor naa une main. Je t'envoie ça. C'est incroyable. Et il y a d'autres personnes qui disaient d'autres choses, hein, mais like des vrais. He was being harassed the whole game. Des choses pires que ça. Il y a quelqu'un qui lui a dit oui, il va cueillir des bananes et tout. Vraiment le jour là.
C'est quand on fait des trucs comme ça qu'on se rend compte à quel point on détruit la planète. J'ai jamais j'étais
À cause des bouteilles en plastique.
Oui.
Mais tu sais, sinon, pour le prochain événement, ce que vous pouvez faire, c'est avoir une fontaine.
C'est ce qu'on voulait avoir, une fontaine. Mais en fait, on devait acheter une fontaine. Bon, finalement, on avait un couac, mais en réalité, on a quand même exigé des petites bouteilles d'eau pour les intervenants.
Okay.
Et en fait, à chaque fois, ils vont aussi. À chaque fois, pour l'instant, c'est.
Après, les fontaines, c'est moins cher. Hein.
Non, je sais. Mais eux, ils veulent des.
Vous pouvez pas mettre des carafes avec des verres sur les.
Bah écoute, là, on a fait ça pour le public. Donc, si vous avez soif, quoi, pas vous, parce que vous n'avez pas sortir. Mais il y a une carafe avec des verres.
Ok.
Mais pour eux.
Okay. Je sais qu'à la Fondation Frédéric Hébert, par exemple, ils ont des carafes avec des verres pour les interprètes. Donc tout le monde, en fait, toute la salle.
Ouais, pour toute la salle. Ouais, c'est un truc à penser.
Ouais. Et au Novotel aussi, c'est pareil.
Et Novotel, maintenant, ils donnent des bouteilles.
Des bouteilles en verre, en fait, ils sont consignés, donc ils sont obligés de rendre à Baobab. Et donc, ils mettent juste des bouteilles en verre à disposition de tout le monde.
Ils reviennent normalement en novembre. Il y a aussi un autre groupe d'Allemands qui viennent.
Avec la même fondation.
Non, là, en fait, oui, là, ils sont un de leurs.
Non, Maïko, désolé.
Et la fondation, mais c'est pas que. Et la fondation s'occupe vraiment d'aujourd'hui, mais les 2 derniers jours sont occupés. Et le huis clos des 3 derniers jours non plus.
Ok, d'accord.
Bon, allez, je vais sur.
À tout à l'heure.
Tout à l'heure.
Maïko, il faut pas s'asseoir sur les gens qu'on connaît pas. On connaît pas les gens. Tu sais jamais, peut-être que lui c'est le grand méchant loup. Faut faire attention, hein.
T'as pas chaud? Si. Elle est où ta maman?
Elle est dans un hôtel. Moi, je vais aller après avec elle.
Ta maman est dans un hôtel. Et toi, t'es sortie toute seule.
Je suis sortie. En fait, j'étais sortie. Je sais comment il s'appelle, mais c'était pas.
Il est où ton papa?
Il est au Congo.
Ah, d'accord.
Il est au Congo. Il est congolais.
Il est congolais, d'accord.
On dit que t'es congolaise, toi.
Non, mon papa
Et ta maman, elle est quoi?
Camerounaise.
Et toi-même, tu es?
Camerounaise.
Et là, tu es venu avec une amie à ta maman, c'est ça? Tu es venu avec qui? Avec Agnès. Tu es venu avec qui?
Avec une amie de moi.
Une de tes amies.
Et puis, des grandes amies.
Des grandes amies. Elles sont grandes, tes amies. Hein?
Moi, je connais tes amis.
Dis-moi.
Non, toi, dis-moi.
Mais tu vas dire que toi, tu connais mes
Oui,
amis.
je les connais.
C'est Nina, c'est Kani.
Je sais que c'est Nina.
Et c'est Kani.
Ah, je connais pas Kani, elle est où?
C'est Kani.
Elle est où, Kani?
C'est Kani, elle est en Afrique du Sud.
Elle est en Afrique du Sud.
Parce que mon papa, elle est aussi en Afrique du Sud.
Et ton papa, il est congolais, il est en Afrique du Sud. Ok.
Et c'est Kani.
Et Kani, elle est aussi en Afrique du Sud.
C'est Kani.
C'est Kani, ok. C'est Kani, ça fait...
Mais elle est venue aujourd'hui, c'est Kani. Elle est venue? Non? Et Nina, elle est venue aujourd'hui? Mais je la vois pas.
Elle était assise devant là.
I think she was just playing around.
You serious? But she can't be alone like this.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking for a friend.
You need to ask someone.
That's why I'm trying to get information.
Et la chicaine, Nisa.
Maintenant, tu te ramènes à l'hôtel chez maman.
Pas maintenant.
Pas
C'est
maintenant,
qui?
mais qui va te ramener à l'hôtel?
Je sais pas. C'était pas encore.
Tu sais pas encore.
C'est qui est allé te chercher à l'hôtel?
Je sais pas.
Mais si tu sais qui est allé te chercher à l'hôtel. Si tu sais. C'est Nina?
Ok. Bon, ben, tu peux aller voir Nina pour le moment parce qu'on doit travailler, chérie.
Mais Nina, elle est.
On l'entend pas en fait.
Bye bye.
Bye, chérie. On a pas de rayon? Si.
Son micro, beneen micro bi. Non, chef, beneen micro bi. Lui, il aime trop toucher la console. Il fait trop comme c'est celui qui gère. You go?
We also put some objects of the London Museum, and the storyteller explains how the museums are describing African countries from their belongings and artifacts. The second film is entitled Undocumented Sans Papier of Aisha Azulai, which is divided into three. The right to live closer to the object, and in the film we need to consider the trials of migrants and product of a similar process of exploitation and dispossession, imperial dispossession. The third film of René Akitelem-Boya, who is around and will be one of the speakers in the discussions later, is The Witness, The film is the first iteration of divided into three, and produced in Dakar in August 2020. And the project explores the black history and the history by criticizing the story. This is a way to create a kind of extension of protest known in the use of some languages like Wolof. The film is in English, so if you need translation. We will prepare the script, and if it's in French, we will share it with you over there. So we will have a break. We can decide about it, and later on, Rafi Gun will facilitate the discussions on the archives. Thank you. Enjoy.
Quand les hommes sont morts, ils entrent dans l'histoire. Quand les statues sont mortes, elles entrent dans l'art. Cette botanique de la mort, c'est ce que nous appelons la culture. C'est que le peuple des statues est mortel. Un jour, nos visages de pierre se décomposent à leur tour. Une civilisation laisse derrière elle ses traces mutilées comme les cailloux du petit poucet, mais l'histoire a tout mangé. Un objet est mort quand le regard vivant qui se posait sur lui a disparu, et quand nous aurons disparu, nos objets iront là où nous envoyons ceux des nègres, au musée. L'art nègre. Nous le regardons comme s'il trouvait sa raison d'être dans le plaisir qu'il nous donne. Les intentions du nègre qu'il crée, les émotions du nègre qu'il regarde, cela nous échappe. Parce qu'elles sont écrites dans le bois, nous prenons leurs pensées pour des statues. Et nous trouvons du pittoresque là où un membre de la communauté noire voit le visage d'une culture. C'est son sourire de rince qu'elle regarde. C'est le signe d'une unité perdue où l'art était le garant d'un accord entre l'homme et le monde. C'est le signe de cette gravité que lui lègue, au-delà des métissages et des bateaux d'esclaves, cette vieille terre des ancêtres, l'Afrique. Voici le premier partage de la terre. Voici le fœtus du monde. Voici l'Afrique du XIe siècle. Du XIIe, du XVe, du XVIIe. D'âge en âge, tandis que sa forme se dégageait lentement, l'Afrique était déjà la terre des énigmes. Le noir était déjà la couleur du péché. Les récits des voyageurs parlaient de monstres, de flammes, d'apparitions diaboliques. Déjà le blanc projetait sur le noir ses propres démons pour se purifier. Et pourtant, Lorsqu'au-delà des déserts et des forêts, il croyait aborder au royaume de Satan, le voyageur découvrait des nations, des palais. Quelle musique berçait cette petite princesse, cette petite orange mûrie dans les caves du Bénin? Quel culte présidait cette petite république de la nuit? Nous n'en savons rien. Ces grands empires sont les royaumes les plus morts de l'histoire. Contemporains de Saint-Louis, de Jeanne d'Arc, ils nous sont plus inconnus que Sumer et Babylone. Au siècle dernier, les flammes des conquérants ont fait de tout ce passé une énigme absolue. Noir sur noir, combat de nègres dans la nuit des temps, le naufrage nous a laissé seulement ces belles épaves striées que nous interrogeons. Mais si leur histoire est une énigme, leurs formes ne nous sont pas étrangères. Après les frises, les monstres, les atrides casqués du Bénin, tous les vêtements de la Grèce sur un peuple d'insectes, voici ces Apollons d'Aïphée qui nous tiennent eux aussi un langage familier. Et c'est à juste titre que le noir y puise l'orgueil d'une civilisation aussi vieille que la nôtre. Nos ancêtres peuvent se regarder en face sans baisser leurs yeux vides. Mais cette fraternité dans la mort ne nous suffit pas. C'est beaucoup plus près de nous que nous allons trouver le véritable art nègre, celui qui nous déconcerte. L'énigme, elle commence maintenant, ici, avec cet art pauvre, cet art du bois dur, avec ce plat à divination par exemple. Il ne nous sert pas à grand-chose de l'appeler objet religieux dans un monde où tout est religion, ni objet d'art dans un monde où tout est art. L'art ici commence à la cuillère et finit à la statue. Et c'est le même art. Nous connaissons un art où l'ornement d'un objet utile, comme l'appui-tête, et la beauté inutile de la statue appartiennent à deux ordres différents. Ici, cette différence tombe quand nous regardons de près. Un calice n'est pas un objet d'art, c'est un objet de culte. Cette coupe de bois est un calice. Tout ici est culte, culte du monde. Quand il fait reposer le siège sur des pieds d'homme, le noir crée une nature à son image. Dès lors, tout objet est sacré, parce que toute création est sacrée. Elle rappelle la création du monde et la continue. L'activité la plus humble concourt à l'ensemble d'un monde où tout est bien, où l'homme affirme son règne sur les choses en leur imprimant sa marque et quelquefois son visage. Formes animales comme sur cette bobine de tissage, formes végétales comme sur ces boîtes à phare, toute la création défile sous les doigts de l'artiste noir. Dieu lui a montré le chemin, il imite Dieu, et c'est ainsi qu'à son tour, il invente l'homme. Gardien de tombeaux, sentinelle des morts, chien de garde de l'invisible, ces statues d'ancêtres ne forment pas un cimetière. Nous mettons des pierres sur nos morts pour les empêcher de sortir. Le nègre les conserve près de lui pour les honorer et profiter de leur puissance dans un panier rempli de leurs ossements. C'est des morts que procèdent toute sagesse et toute sécurité. Ils sont les racines du vivant. Et leur visage éternel prend parfois forme de racine. Ces racines fleurissent. La beauté involontaire des animaux et des plantes éclaire un visage de jeune fille. Et nous pouvons bien prendre sa lumière pour un sourire ou même son huile pour une larme et nous émouvoir, à condition de bien savoir que ces images nous ignorent, qu'elles sont d'un autre monde, que nous n'avons rien à faire dans ces conciliabules d'ancêtres qui ne sont pas les nôtres. Nous voulons y voir de la souffrance, de la sérénité, de l'humour, quand nous n'en savons rien. Colonisateurs du monde, nous voulons que tout nous parle, les bêtes, les morts, les statues, et ces statues-là sont muettes. Elles ont des bouches et ne parlent pas, elles ont des yeux et ne nous voient pas. Et ce ne sont pas des idoles, plutôt des jouets sérieux, mais qui ne valent que parce qu'ils représentent. Il y entre moins d'idolâtrique dans nos statues de saints. Personne n'adore ces poupées sévères. La statue nègre n'est pas le Dieu, elle est la prière. Prière pour la maternité, pour la fécondité des femmes, pour la beauté des enfants. Elle peut être couverte d'ornements qui ont la valeur des enluminures. Elle peut être aussi fruste comme cette boule de terre qui protège la moisson, ou encore lier la terre à la mort par la forme et par la matière. Ce monde est celui de la rigueur. Chaque chose y a sa place. Ces têtes n'ont pas à être effrayantes, elles ont à être justes. Mais regardez bien leurs cicatrices, ce champ magnétique où viennent se prendre toutes les formes du ciel et de la terre. L'objet n'en a pas besoin pour exister et servir. Ce débordement de création qui dépose ses signes comme des coquillages sur la paroi lisse de la statue, c'est un débordement d'imagination, c'est la liberté. Roue du soleil, nœud de la fleur, courbe de l'eau, fourche des arbres s'y déploient l'un après l'autre. Les techniques se mélangent, le bois imite subtilement le tissu prend ses motifs à la terre. On s'aperçoit que cette création n'a pas de limite, que tout communique et que de ces planètes à ces atomes, ce monde de la rigueur renferme à son tour le monde de la beauté. un Dieu a fait ses gestes. Le Dieu qui a tissé cette chair lui a enseigné à son tour à tisser la toile, et son geste à chaque seconde renvoie au tissage du monde. Et le monde est la toile des dieux où ils ont pris l'homme. Essayez de distinguer ici ce qui est la terre et ce qui est la toile, ce qui est la peau noire et ce qui est la terre vue d'avion, ce qui est l'écorce de l'arbre et celle de la statue. Ici, l'homme n'est jamais séparé du monde, la même force y nourrit toutes les fibres, ces fibres parmi lesquelles le premier homme sacrilège, en soulevant les jupes de la terre, découvrit la mort. Masque de bête. Masque d'homme. Masque participant de l'un et de l'autre. Masque maison. Masque visage. Pierrot des fleuves. Harlequin de la forêt. Ces masques luttent contre la mort. Ils dévoilent ce qu'elle veut cacher. Car la familiarité des morts mène à apprivoiser la mort, à la gouverner par le moyen des envoûtements, à la transmettre, à la charmer par la magie des coquillages. Et le sorcier capture dans son miroir les images de ce pays de la mort où l'on va en perdant la mémoire. Mais victorieuse du corps, la mort ne peut rien contre la force vitale éparse en chaque être et qui compose son double. Pendant la vie, ce double prend parfois la forme de l'ombre ou du reflet dans l'eau, et plus d'un homme s'est noyé pour avoir été tiré par là. Mais la mort n'est pas seulement quelque chose qu'on subit, c'est quelque chose qu'on donne. Voici la mort d'un animal. Où est passée la force qui habitait cette main? Elle est libre maintenant. Elle rôde. Elle va tourmenter les vivants jusqu'à ce qu'on la recueille dans son ancienne apparence. C'est à elle que s'adresse le sang du sacrifice. Et c'est elle que l'on fixe dans ses métamorphoses légendaires pour l'apaiser jusqu'à en faire ces visages victorieux qui réparent le tissu du monde. Et puis ils meurent à leur tour. Classés, étiquetés, conservés dans la glace des vitrines et des collections, ils entrent dans l'histoire de l'art, paradis des formes où s'établissent les plus mystérieuses parentés. Nous reconnaissons la Grèce dans une tête africaine vieille de 2000 ans. Le Japon dans un masque de l'Ogooué. Et encore l'Inde, les idoles sumériennes, nos Christ romans ou notre art moderne. Mais en même temps qu'il gagne ses titres de gloire, l'art nègre devient une langue morte, et ce qui naît sur ses pas, c'est le jargon de la décadence. À ces exigences religieuses succèdent des exigences commerciales. Et puisque le blanc est acheteur, puisque la demande excède l'offre, puisqu'il faut aller vite, l'art nègre devient l'artisanat indigène. On fabrique par milliers ces répliques de plus en plus dégradées des belles figures inventées par la culture africaine. Ici, l'outillage vulgarise, la technique appauvrit. Au pays où toutes les formes signifiaient, où la grâce d'une courbe était une déclaration d'amour au monde, s'acclimate un art de bazar. Ces bijoux en toc que les explorateurs offraient aux sauvages pour les amadouer, voici que le nègre nous les rend. À la beauté particulière de l'art nègre se substitue une laideur générale, un art où les objets deviennent des bibelots, un art cosmopolite, un art du vase à fleurs, du presse-papier et du porte-plume souvenir où l'on voit en transparence la tour de Babel. Un art du portrait aussi. Incapable désormais d'exprimer l'essentiel, le sculpteur se rattrape sur la ressemblance. Nous lui avons appris à ne pas sculpter plus loin que le bout de son nez. Mais ce que nous faisons disparaître de l'Afrique ne compte guère pour nous en face de ce que nous y faisons apparaître. C'est que nous sommes les Martiens de l'Afrique. Nous débarquons de notre planète avec nos façons de voir, avec notre magie blanche et avec nos machines. Nous guérissons le noir de ses maladies, c'est certain. Il attrape les nôtres, c'est certain aussi. Qu'il perde ou qu'il gagne au change, son art en tout cas n'y survit pas. La magie destinée à le protéger lorsqu'il mourrait pour son compte est sans pouvoir lorsqu'il meurt pour le nôtre. Entre le paradis chrétien et l'immortalité laïque, le culte des ancêtres s'évapore. Le monument aux morts remplace la statue funéraire. Tout ceci dominé par le blanc qui voit les choses de sa hauteur et s'élève au-dessus des contradictions de la réalité. De cette hauteur, l'Afrique apparaît ordonnée, riche, recouverte déjà de villages modèles, pleine de ces igloos de béton comme des globules blancs de la civilisation. De cette hauteur, l'Afrique est un merveilleux laboratoire où se préfabrique patiemment, en dépit de quelques saignées, le type du bon nègre rêvé par le bon blanc. Alors tout cet appareil de protection qui donnait son sens et sa forme à l'art nègre se désagrège et disparaît. C'est le blanc qui prétend assumer le rôle des ancêtres. La véritable statue de protection, d'exorcisme et de fécondité, désormais c'est sa silhouette. Tout se ligue contre l'art nègre. Prise dans une pince entre l'islam ennemi des images et la chrétienté brûleuse d'idoles, la culture africaine s'effondre. Pour la relever, l'Église tente un métissage. L'art négro-chrétien, mais chacune des deux influences détruit l'autre. Et ce mariage manqué fait perdre au catholicisme en Afrique sa luxuriance, son éclat, tout ce côté nègre justement à quoi on le reconnaît en Europe. Les pouvoirs temporels pratiquent la même austérité. Tout ce qui était prétexte à œuvre d'art est remplacé, qu'il s'agisse de l'habillement, du geste symbolique, du gris-gris, ou des palabres. On dit oui, oui, oui. Quelquefois, on dit non. Cela, c'est l'artiste noir qui le dit. Alors une nouvelle forme d'art apparaît, l'art de combat. Art de transition pour une période de transition. Art du présent entre une grandeur perdue et une autre à conquérir. Art du provisoire dont l'ambition n'est pas de durer, mais de témoigner. Ici, le problème du sujet ne se pose pas. C'est cette terre naturellement ingrate, ce climat naturellement éprouvant, et là-dedans le travail à une échelle démesurée, le rythme de l'usine affrontant celui de la nature, Ford chez Tarzan. Le sujet, c'est cet homme noir mutilé de sa culture et sans contact avec la nôtre. Son travail n'a plus de prolongement spirituel ni social. Il n'ouvre sur rien, il ne mène à rien qu'à un salaire dérisoire. Dans ces pays du don et de l'échange, nous avons fait pénétrer l'argent. On achète son travail au noir et on dégrade son travail. On achète son art et on dégrade son art. La danse religieuse devient un spectacle. On paie le nègre pour nous donner la comédie de sa joie et de sa ferveur. Et ainsi, à côté du nègre esclave, apparaît une seconde figure, le nègre guignol. Sa force nous sert, son adresse nous amuse. Accessoirement, elle nous sert aussi. Des nations dotées de traditions racistes trouvent tout naturel de confier à des hommes de couleur le soin de leur gloire olympique. Mais un noir en mouvement, c'est encore de l'art nègre. Et dans le sport, le noir peut trouver, en attendant mieux, un bon terrain pour mystifier l'orgueil du blanc. Le blanc ne comprend pas toujours la plaisanterie. Il lui arrive de crier pouce quand les choses tournent mal. Qu'un boxeur nègre se permette de corriger un blanc dans un pays marqué par le racisme hitlérien, on lui démontre à coups d'insultes, de menaces et de projectiles qu'il ferait mieux de rester à sa place. Et quand ce n'est plus pour jouer, quand le noir par exemple se mêle aux luttes du travail, c'est à coups de fusil et de matraque que s'opère la démonstration. Ce climat de brimade et de menace conduit l'artiste nègre à une nouvelle métamorphose, et sur le ring ou dans son orchestre, son rôle consiste à rendre les coups que reçoit son frère dans la rue. Voici loin des apparences de l'art nègre. Art de communion, art d'invention, qu'a-t-il de commun avec ce monde de la solitude et de la machine? L'homme qui imprimait sa marque sur les choses accomplit maintenant des gestes vides. Or, c'est du fond de cette solitude qu'il va se créer une nouvelle communauté. L'art nègre était l'instrument d'une volonté de saisir le monde. C'est la même volonté qui survit ici sous d'autres formes. Regardez bien cette technique qui affranchit l'homme de la magie. Elle présente parfois avec elle une étrange parenté de gestes. C'est toujours contre la mort qu'on se bat. La science, comme la magie, admet la nécessité du sacrifice de l'animal, la vertu du sang, la fixation des forces mauvaises. Le sorcier capture toujours les images, et la mort est toujours un pays où l'on va en perdant la mémoire. Non, nous n'en sommes pas quittes en enfermant un noir dans sa célébrité. Et rien ne nous empêcherait d'être ensemble les héritiers de deux passés, si cette égalité se retrouvait dans le présent. Du moins est-elle préfigurée par la seule égalité qu'on ne dispute à personne, celle de la répression. Car il n'y a pas de rupture entre la civilisation africaine et la nôtre. Les visages de l'art nègre sont tombés du même visage humain, comme la peau du serpent. Au-delà de leur forme morte, nous reconnaissons cette promesse commune à toutes les grandes cultures d'un homme victorieux du monde. Et blanc ou noir, notre avenir est fait de cette promesse.
It is no secret that millions of objects never intended for museum display have been looted from all over the world by different imperial powers. It is no secret that many of them have been carefully preserved in pristine museums and are now seen as precious art objects. At the same time, it is no secret that millions of people robbed of tools, masks, and other objects that constituted their world continue to seek a place where they can rebuild their homes. Not only do they have rights to these objects, their rights are inscribed in them. Imagine these were the people calling for help. Alternately, imagine that these figures had not been robbed of the people who made them. Imagine that they could fulfill their function and protect those people who today are called undocumented. Robbing these figures required much violence, deception, and manipulation. The techniques of robbing differed, but many of these imperial actors took advantage of a certain kind of kindness, for a lack of a better term, on the part of the natives, as well as their fellows in Europe. Still today, even though many have some knowledge about the scope of imperial violence, they tend to be shocked whenever they learn about another type of monstrous atrocity. Such types make up the banality of imperialism. And when people argue then and now that they ought not to have happened, they express a naive refusal to accept the normalcy of this banality. Even the objects themselves are not completely settled down. Look at them, and you will see signs of boredom, exhaustion, pain, rage, longing, and disorientation after decades of being kept in places where they do not belong, bereft of the people among whom they used to exist. Artifacts preserved in European museums are not just exemplary masterpieces. They are also congealed forms of imperial violence. Centuries of imperialism have taught armed imperial actors that they have a license to shoot those who reach their borders, carrying only small bundles with them, only enough to provide for their immediate needs. The objects that belong to these people's communities had already entered the borders of imperial states years before, when they were transported by force through imperial expeditions. It is therefore time to refuse the undocumented status imperial states have forced on these people who feel they have no choice but to migrate to the same states and claim their due rights. Their movement is a reparative one, and we are being called to endorse it.
Si les Africains, ils quittent l'Afrique, ils quittent dans des bateaux pour venir ici, c'est dû aux Européens, à la richesse africaine. Ici en Europe, il n'y avait rien. Tout ce qu'on voit ici, il n'y avait rien. On les a pris de l'Afrique. On a pris nos trésors, on a pris nos trucs pour les amener là. Donc, et si quelqu'un qui te prend quelque chose et qui te prend même tes ressources, tu n'as plus de quoi vivre, si tu as faim, tu es obligé d'aller le voir. C'est ça. Moi, si tu me prends tout ce que j'ai, si j'ai faim, je viens te voir, je te dis donne-moi un peu de ce que tu as. Ah, c'est logique.
It's true. They may not have the documents required at the border, but they have well-documented objects in all these museums. This is why they are reaching out. Their movement is a counter-expedition of people refusing to be separated from the world they see as their own. They are expected by these objects. Some of these protective figures still struggle to preserve their protective powers, following them from afar. To see their movement as reparative, we must first recognize the violence of separating objects and people into two separate regimes. A regime in which objects are well documented and cared for by museum experts. Another regime in which people are declared undocumented and subjected to border police protocols. These people are not threatening the sovereign countries in which they seek asylum. They are threatening the prerogative of colonial actors who created a system in which they enjoy similar conditions of movements as do those objects that they looted from others. They made these objects theirs in order to render others objectless and to limit or completely block their movement. Those who reach the border refuse to recognize this dubious ownership of their objects and the rights on which such ownership is predicated. They are key actors in a political reality that they aspire to generate in this transformed potential world of which they are carriers. The borders and legal systems that were conceived to keep people and objects separated will be abolished. From the moment of initial dispossession onward, the people from whom these objects were expropriated have known that the restitution of such objects is long overdue. It is these people's ongoing refusal to recognize imperial ownership of their objects that has made the discussion of restitution possible.
know what I'm saying here? Because when you look at the picture from this perspective, you see admiration and beauty. When you go closer, you see harm that was done to people. Because now you see cultures goes down, you don't have all the fancy lights around. But you start looking at the details, you see the reality.
The right to live where one's culture is preserved is inalienable. It can be defended on the basis of museums' looted objects.
You cast these heads with their eyes shut, hoping that if you couldn't see their eyes, they wouldn't see you either. Be assured, they have not missed a tiny bit of your cruelty. This is a common imperial stupidity, denying your victims the conditions to respond and acting as if they were in your hands, agreeing to be drained of their worlds. Their resentment is a solid substance that cannot be melted down or prevented from being transmitted. As you dared to measure people's skulls and cast their spirits as exotic items in your imaginary galleries, you also aimed to engineer us, citizens, to forge us as perfect museum goers, oblivious to the blood and toil spent to build your enlightened shrines. You expected us to forever view your plunder through the lens you forced on us, as if we were machines you have the right to program. It's true, it worked for a certain while. We cannot deny that we were taken by the world offered to us by museums. Did we stay here because we accepted the normalization of your violence? No, not at all. Maybe we knew that the intimacy we felt when we entered these spaces could be turned into an antidote for their poisonous origins. As if we were responding to implants, our bodies will resist your violence and your apparatuses, even if it takes time. We are here now to rewind history. Don't you dare believe that we will embrace your model of restitution, which you present as a gift. This is just another form of imperial exchange, where the takers generously give back what never belonged to them. We endorse the restitution of what was naturalized as museums' wealth only in regard to specific objects claimed by communities who were deprived of them. Beyond that, we imagine a more substantial mode of reparations, one that would undo the imperial separation of people and objects. We are here to join others in their just struggle to reverse each and every foundation of the world you built with stolen objects, stolen labor, and stolen lives. We are not asking to be integrated into your world of respectability or to be included among your elite perpetrators. It is not about naming now the people who were forced to represent types. Anyhow, we don't forget the crimes of your collectors whom you qualify prominent, your museum founders or anthropologists whose work you praise as groundbreaking. We are not interested in your reparative measures that preserve the same imperial premises. To begin with, we are not interested in being part of your family of man. presenting the family of man with a new diverse cast of peoples is a colonial gesture of inclusion, one that falls short of repair or reparations. Not willing to undo the imperial system, inheritors of colonial worldviews who still occupy key positions in which they are responsible for representing their ancestors' crimes are today extending their notion of humanity to encompass those whom their ancestors deprived of their worlds. But for those who had different cosmologies, this notion of humanity was always dubious. This notion of the family of man was made possible only because you plundered samples and specimens from every corner of the earth and made them components of your narratives. To expect us to enter into a conversation with you, you first have to disown what you plundered. We have become the constituents of museums and archives, and as their constituents, we demand the disowning of looted objects. Disowning is a first step in the liberation of these objects from the imperial yoke, a move toward making them available to others to whom they belong, either in their own countries or in the countries where the objects were carefully preserved to make sure their claimants wouldn't have access to them. Disowning should be unconditional. The future of these objects must be determined only by their rightful claimants. Why do you think the arm of this figure was cut? To prevent you from appropriating its secrets, like you appropriated everything else. Why do you think these people who inherited their ancestors' art-making skills need experts in art to teach them how to make art? They do need reparations for the damage caused to the infrastructures that render art-making possible. You can teach them to sculpt figures with their arms intact, but they will still refrain from divulging their secrets. In the display of each object, we cannot but recognize the brutality of the apparatus of the museum. These objects should have stayed on top of the baskets in which they kept their relatives' bones. By denuding queens and kings of their regalia and showing it in museums, you are able to claim that your democracies are the only legitimate form of power. At first, art experts in Berlin or Paris, in New York or Vienna, denuded these objects of everything that they considered to be superfluous to their pure forms. Today, they are enlivening these objects by placing them next to photos of the people who inherited their meaning, recreating colorful scenes of communal life in the museum. These are not reparative measures, nor are they a form of decolonization. These woods are not resources. They never have been. Shaping them in the form of books does not make your extraction more acceptable. Where are the carved tusks or other objects of which these were parts? Your obsession with serial numbers cannot erase the violence. Fragmenting these objects and selling the parts to different European capitals were helpful measures to solidify a circle of experts that would affirm that your violence was really scholarship. From the enterprise of encyclopedic museums, whose aim is to collect objects from every tiny community in the world, Palestine simply disappeared, as if there were no Palestinian objects, as if Palestine were not part of Asia. No matter how you turn the map, Palestine is not there. On the geographical map, however, the name of Israel replaces Palestine. But museums of primitive arts do not own objects from imperial states like Israel. This is their way of drawing the line between imperial states and communities doomed to vanish. One day, samples from this imperial state and others like it will be collected and displayed in museums of bygone imperial times.
You see it if you want to see it. But the idea was to start the exhibition with a statement, so the statement that the museum distances itself from the colonial past. If you show that kind of statues immediately, obviously, a visitor could interpret it in the reverse way. And that's one of the major challenges, like in the Rotunda as well. I mean, you can put as many texts as you want, but the first impression that visitors will have is visual. So it's almost impossible to introduce visitors to those old colonial statues with the message that we actually want to distance ourselves from them. And that's the reason why it was decided to start with the blow-up of that painting by Shiri Samba, because the message that it conveys is a message that is shared by many, if not the majority of Congolese, that the statue of the leopard man is offensive. The visitor who has seen that blow-up, he then has the choice whether to enter the depot or simply visit the rest of the exhibition. Not enough for justice to be done, it must be seen to be done, so i.e. it's something that you have to do in public. The idea was we want to bury them, but we want to bury them publicly rather than simply putting them in the reserves where no one can see them.
A map is like a census. It is used against people not in their favor. The use of maps by museums is one of the most telling signs that they are institutions of empire. Most citizens of imperial states continue to consume maps as education, not asking why their own countries give them access to other people's treasures, and why people with connections to these treasures are endangered at the US and Europe's borders. These citizens actually reaffirm their historical alliance with empire.
A few European citizens reject the imperial command and dare to assist refugees who smuggle the borders. The penalties imposed by imperial states are designed to make such acts of refusal even less imaginable.
Quand l'Espagne fait les expéditions à la Guinée équatoriale, les Allemands, les Français et les Anglais, ils ont visité pendant le 19e siècle. Ce sont expéditions beaucoup plus tard que la majorité du pays colonial. Ils sont au jeu du Maroc et aussi des Guinéens équatoriales. Et il y a aussi les expéditions à l'Amérique.
For the museum's historiography, it is quite useful that the term expedition is distinguished from war booty or simply plunder. In this way, whatever Spain took from the very first voyage of Columbus and onward is not counted. Not that it matters so much what museums call it, as museums do not hesitate to report the details of their expeditions and even take pride in them. They often display their efforts under the sign of achievements. Sometimes plunder is described as gift. The museum counts on us to acknowledge that it is natural that these objects are here. Imagine a palace in the desert without a facade. The facade taken from the Masata Palace in today's Jordan stands on its own in Berlin. The museum describes it as the largest example of Islamic art in any museum. The museum counts it as a success. If you imagine that you are walking in the processional way through Babylon's Ishar gates without asking why, but why are we being asked to imagine that we are elsewhere? What is this weird idea of imaginary dislocation? Especially strange because it is not in fact imaginary, but a real dislocation brick by brick, a plundered recreation of others' world that might invite us to disavow the real condition of where we are so that we can imagine being elsewhere. The museum seeks to provide visitors with a comprehensive story about the objects on display, one that provides context and offers the feeling of being part of the research. This story often includes incriminating details about the act of collecting, but these are not presented as such. The museum pretends to ask difficult questions. Nearby, the prayer niche from Konya, modern-day Turkey, the text reads, "Did historians have the right to remove pieces from their original places?" And a reply follows. In the early 20th century, many pieces were broken off and sold in many places. Berlin experts collected about 65% of the individual pieces and reconstructed the niche in Berlin. In Turkey, people think differently and ask according to what logic a 13th century prayer niche from central Anatolia is being displayed in Berlin. A prayer niche is not just an archaeological object. Turkish authorities even contest the right of a sultan to give such a thing as a gift.
People who work in museum, they I guess they have this kind of a fetishism for the collection. I mean, it's almost as if they want to protect the objects from the public, but what's the point?
This wealth of objects was made inaccessible to the people who created them and to the communities in which they had been produced and used for many purposes other than contemplation. The breach between colonized people and their objects and resources, which Euro-American museums hold, is one of the founding principles of imperialism, which has not yet been abolished and is still not conceived as an open debt that Europe owes to colonized peoples.
The collections in public museums such as ours are inalienable, so we're not supposed to actually restitute them. When you're confronted with the fact that 80 to 90% of Africa's cultural heritage is kept outside the continent, how can you not be in favor of restitution? It just doesn't make any sense.
The restitution of objects, the hiring of refugees as guides to work in museums that hold artifacts plundered from their homelands, and the creation of digital archives of destroyed cities could be the beginning of reparations, or they could be nothing more than the continuation of imperial institutions benefiting from other people's cheap labor, resources, and memories. Do you remember Diana in Usman Saben's film Black Girl? When formerly colonized people knock on your doors, they are offering you a gift, the gift of awakening from your colonial crimes. When Diana was maltreated, she took this gift back. With her, we learn that a gift is irreducible to the object, for it is not unconditionally given. Imperial crimes are materialized in your institutions, professions, and gestures. The gift offered to you is a way out of the position that compels you to act as a guardian of these crimes. When you don't recognize this gift, you see yourself as the one who is required to give. Even worse, you attack when the gift is taken back. Remember that the rights of those people you condemn as undocumented are inscribed in the objects that you hold against them.
Il doit savoir que même le corps que nous habitons, nous sommes en location dedans. Le corps, notre corps, on est en location dedans. Et il n'y a pas de frontière. La terre, il n'y a pas de frontière. Quand tu es dedans, il n'y a pas de frontière. On ne va pas demander, toi tu es français, tu vas rester de l'autre côté de la terre. Toi tu es sénégalais, tu vas rester ici ou non quelque chose. Quand on est mort, on est tous dans le même trou.
I remember being when we were growing up. My dad refers to Njajanjai a lot, but it was always like, oh, Njajanjai is the greatest, was the greatest emperor of all the time. He's your great grandfather. That's really all we know about him. I mean, me. That's all I know about him. He's Njai, I am Njai, so we just fished and obviously made a connection, but I don't know if it's actually true. I've heard Jajan Njai's name many times at school, but I don't really know who he was or what's his story.
So there's this guy who came from Arabia with his servant. This is the part I remember. It's not clear what race his servant is. It's not also clear what race the woman is. And so he comes in, he finds this woman, they get married, they have a son. And then he decides, okay, I'm going to leave. His motives are not explained in the story. He has a child and then he decides to leave, and he tells his wife that she should choose her next husband based on his cleanliness, which, as you've mentioned, is more of a thing about being a good Muslim, and being clean is more about the ablutions, and the fact that you have to do them like 5 times a day is what that really means.
So basically, there was this guy an Arab guy that came to like a land with his wife, or I don't know if he met his wife there, and then they had a kid, and then the guy decided to go back, I guess, to his country or something like that, I don't remember. And then he asked his wife he told his wife that she could remarry or something if he died, and then she had to remarry someone that was really clean, and then he died, sad for him, and then she remarried, and then she decided to marry a servant. Oh my god.
Donc l'histoire de Jaja Njai, c'est une histoire que je ne connaissais pas avant et que je découvre avec la proposition de René. Et alors, il semblerait que Jaja Njai ce soit le roi du Waalo, donc du royaume du Jolof, et qu'il soit le fils de Ahmoud Ben Aboubakr, et qu'il soit venu d'Arabie. Son père aurait amené et installé l'islam au Sénégal, et ils se sont installés le long du fleuve Sénégal avec son épouse, et il aurait dit à son épouse, ayant dû faire un voyage, il devait faire un voyage, retourner en Arabie, et il aurait dit à son épouse, ce que j'oublie de dire, c'est que quand il arrive et qu'il s'installe le long du fleuve Sénégal avec son épouse, qui a eu ensuite un garçon, il vient avec son domestique, ou en tout cas une personne qui l'accompagne, qui assure le service de la maison. En Wolof, on pourrait dire aussi que c'est son bëkkenek. Et cette personne donc, qui vit avec eux et qui verra grandir son fils, il va dire à sa femme, lorsqu'il devra faire son voyage de retour en Arabie, au cas où je ne revienne pas, ou si jamais il m'arrive quelque chose ou que je tombe malade, ou que je décède, choisis-toi un époux, celui qui te convient, mais celui aussi qui soit le plus pur possible, et donc qui d'une certaine manière va respecter nos manières et nos pratiques, en islam en tout cas, de purification. Et donc l'épouse ayant une certaine affection pour le domestique et n'ayant vu personne pouvant répondre à ces critères-là, va décider de se marier avec celui-ci. J'ai oublié son prénom, je suis navrée. Et donc elle décide de se marier avec lui parce qu'il répond le plus aux exigences de son défunt mari, qui va décéder d'ailleurs sur le trajet. Et malheureusement, son fils ne va pas apprécier le fait qu'elle épouse le servant ou le domestique de la famille, et il va décider d'aller se plonger dans la mer et de flotter dans la rivière, de se plonger dans le fleuve et de rester là-bas pendant 7 longues années. Donc moi je comprends pas pourquoi ce garçon décide qu'il n'est pas d'accord que sa mère épouse la personne recommandée par le père, que ce soit le domestique, le chauffeur ou qui tu veux. Et
I don't know, man. What I can say is that I'm probably sure that all that started way before we talk about Islam, or because I'm not even comfortable with how we all are okay with like how we are embracing Islam without even questioning it. It's kind of a colonization too. And yeah, the fact that we embraced it and loved it that much maybe had influenced the memory of all the things that existed before. Regarding our cultures and how we were ruling society at that time, how we were living. But I won't be really able to give an idea of a date or period of time. But it's definitely before this whole Islam and then colonization by the French and all that.
And her son was like, "No, mom, you're not going to marry a servant." So she did, but he left. And then he decided to throw himself into the river because his mom married a servant. Okay, that's really wise. And he stayed there for like 7 years.
So when this guy leaves, he dies. And so the wife decides that she's going to marry the servant because he is the one who is the most clean, I guess. When the son finds out about this, I don't know how much time has passed in between all these things. When the son, which we have to assume is like an adult, or actually that's more teenager behavior, I would say. So maybe he was like 15, let's say. He finds out when his mom decides to marry the servant, he's not okay with it because he's a servant. I think is what it says. And so he throws himself in the river. Oh, this is all happening in the Senegal River, the area. Yes. So he throws himself in this river and he stays in there for 7 years. And he's just floating, and I don't know, that part is kind of interesting to me because it's like he's in his despair, just floating in the water for 7 years. It's a very poetic part of the story.
Et donc il est dans le fleuve Sénégal, donc pendant plusieurs années, et il est dit qu'il dérive dans le fleuve et qu'il ne sort du fleuve et qu'il n'est en contact avec les personnes ou les populations que quand il voit des enfants sur la plage qui se disputent leurs poissons, parce que les enfants pêchent le long de la rivière plutôt, et ils vont souvent avoir les fils de leur canne à pêche qui vont s'emmêler, et donc au moment de sortir le poisson de l'eau, ils ne sont plus en mesure de dire ou de savoir à qui appartient tel ou tel poisson. Donc il va leur montrer comment lancer la canne à pêche et lancer le fil, et surtout comment veiller à ce qu'on puisse, le moment venu, quand il s'agit de sortir le poisson de l'eau, distinguer celui à qui le poisson appartient. Et donc
then he met some kids that decided they wanted to fish and then they didn't know how to fish, and then he decided to mansplain how to fish. And then they were able to catch a fish, and then the kids went back to the village, and then they told the other people in the village that this man came and explained to them how to catch a fish. And then the village people, I guess they were all stupid and they decided to make this guy their king just because he knew how to catch a fish.
That's something I need to explore. I need to find out what that means. Because it's funny, people in the general belief, kind of, they said that Wolof doesn't exist. It's not an ethnic group, and I don't agree at that at all. Like at school, in the street, people will be arguing, saying, no, you are not Wolof, you are Lebu, because Wolof doesn't exist. Like, no, dude, I'm Wolof. I'm Wolof. It's a proper ethnic group. So yeah, that idea of, okay, I exist, I am Wolof, but people don't really get it or don't really consider it as a thing. But it also might be our fault of not knowing it better, knowing the culture better. Because all the rituals and some beliefs that I know are very similar to the Lebu culture. But I can see the differences when I'm practicing it and stuff. But yeah, that's I think the young generation of Wolof should be exploring the culture more, and yeah, make it seen better, so that we could be considered as a proper ethnic group and not only a language.
And then he finds these kids at some point who are having a disagreement about who caught which fish. And so he decides to stop and explain to them how to mark the fish so that they know who fished what. And then when the adults of the village find out about this, they're like, this man is very wise, so we should have him as our leader. But he wasn't talking. I don't know where this comes in, actually. I didn't remember him saying he wasn't talking anymore.
And they caught him, and then he decided to stay silent. And then a lady decided to trick him to talk. And she tried to do something with the cooking with some stoves and stuff, I don't know. And then he couldn't stay silent, he had to speak to show everybody that he was smart, and then he did.
Et donc, il semblerait que les adultes du village, aient eu vent de cet homme poisson, ou de cet homme qui ne sortait de l'eau comme un esprit ou comme un revenant que pour parler aux enfants, et les conseiller d'une manière positive, et se sont dit, ça pourrait être intéressant d'avoir ce monsieur-là à nos côtés pour nous conseiller, ou en tout cas orienter nos choix et nos décisions. Et donc, ils vont essayer de le capturer. Donc, au lieu de simplement essayer de le rencontrer quand il va venir avec les enfants, ils vont le capturer comme un poisson lui-même. Et ils vont le capturer et ils vont l'amener et ils vont vouloir le forcer à parler parce que le fait d'être capturé l'ayant beaucoup contrarié, il ne va pas s'exprimer. Il va juste rester là à les regarder, à les observer et tout.
So they caught him, first of all, in their fishing nets. And then they wanted him to speak, but he wouldn't speak. And he wouldn't lead them. And then, what happened? Oh, then they found a way to trick him into speaking, which is basically they were like, if he sees a woman doing something wrong, he's going to speak up. So they have this woman cook with 2 stones instead of 3 stones. And so her pot is like boiling, like slipping and spilling and all of that. And then he speaks up and is like, you have to put a 3rd stone. And then he realizes he spoke. The need to correct the woman was overpowering. And so he decided he could speak after all to these people.
That's making me think of the Serer. For example, I find them very strong in manifesting their being as Serer. Like I'm really referring to a very particular group of people that I know. The textiles, the fabric that they use, and they are able to tell you where this is coming from, how has it been made, and stuff. A particular jewelry or any accessoire that they will use, they will be able to tell you the story of that. I think that's very strong, and that's for me one criteria of knowing of like being in a group and belonging to that group and knowing what everything you are doing or some type of things that you are doing have a meaning and that you are able to elaborate on that.
Et puis, à un moment donné, une jeune femme, parce que bon, les femmes, quoi, elle a été beaucoup plus inspirée que ces chers messieurs. Et une jeune femme va se dévouer et se proposer de faire la cuisine. Et elle va proposer donc 2 pierres, si j'ai bien compris, et elle va poser dessus la marmite, et en se disant que le feu va s'allumer et que la marmite va chauffer. Malheureusement, elle va rester comme ça un moment. Je pense qu'elle a délibérément choisi de ne pas mettre la 3e pierre pour s'assurer que quelqu'un allait intervenir. Et ce jeune Jai va décider, va intervenir en lui disant il manque une 3e pierre et il faut mettre une 3e pierre pour que ça puisse prendre. Et là, il va se rendre compte qu'il a parlé, qu'il s'est exprimé, et il va finir par accepter de parler.
This guy became the leader of the Wolof, the first leader of the Wolof, because apparently they didn't have leaders before when they were doing all of this. Who decided that they should trick him? Well, anyway, they didn't have a leader. Now he's their leader, and that's how the Wolof people were born.
Bambi will sing a song for us and I'll give the floor to Kyra. Est-ce qu'on a encore un client dans la salle? C'est qui ça? C'est Jai? Ah oui, c'est une cousine. Non, c'est clair. Euro 1. Bonsoir à tous. Je m'appelle Kava, je fais partie de l'organisation qu'on appelle Archive. Et comme on l'a dit plus tôt, je suis ici avec Ama qui fait partie d'une bibliothèque que nous avions fondée ici à Dakar. Et aussi avec Fatima qui...
Part of this wonderful film that we just saw. So we are going to try to engage with the film and talk about it. I will speak in English and René too, but Fatima and Anna will speak in French. There is so much that I want to say, so I'm trying to see where do I start. But first of all, I start with a massive thank you to Talking Objects, to inviting us and to really making this wonderful 3 days. So Archive is an organization based across different places. We started in Berlin 14 years ago.
Il y a de cela 14 ans. Et au fil des années, à cause des biographies, à cause des rencontres et à cause des familles, nous avions commencé par exister dans différents endroits. Et comme on l'a dit, nous avions commencé avec une bibliothèque et Anna va vous en parler davantage. Et ensuite, je suis italienne et c'est clair sur la base de mon accent. Et entre-temps, beaucoup de personnes autour de moi en Italie ont senti le besoin d'avoir un espace qui pourrait aborder ces questions de racisme, de patriarcat. Et Archive existe aujourd'hui dans différents endroits et je pense que The Talking Object est un projet très inspirant pour nos propres projets qu'on appelle Publishing Practices. Il y a beaucoup d'informations là-dedans et je pense que nous allons en parler plus tard. Et j'aimerais dire que il s'agit d'un sujet assez frais dans notre mémoire, surtout sur la base de ces films. Et car nous venons de le voir. Et sur ces questions de mémoire, je pense que il faut prendre en compte les stratégies pour essayer de voir comment nous pouvons nous rappeler des choses. Et c'est vraiment merveilleux. Nous voulons vraiment avoir une discussion ouverte, aussi ouverte que possible. J'ai certaines réflexions et certaines questions de mon côté. Peut-être que nous allons parler plus tard de la bibliothèque après ce premier temps que nous utilisons pour répondre au film. Et si aussi vous voulez dire quelque chose de votre côté, vous pouvez nous dire comment vous est venue cette idée. Et Fatima, vous pouvez également nous parler de votre propre expérience, de faire partie de ce projet. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour vous de garder en mémoire des histoires que vous avez la possibilité de raconter? Donc, je pense que René, vous voulez commencer. Je suis en train de voir à travers votre sourire que vous vouliez commencer. Oui, j'aimerais juste dire que je suis de Nairobi et pour moi, être à Dakar, c'est sur la base d'une invitation que j'arrive, que je viens à Dakar. Et faire ce film aussi, c'est sur la base d'une invitation. Et je suis vraiment reconnaissante. C'est pas dans mon contexte, donc je ne veux pas en parler beaucoup. Mais quand on me demande de parler de ce que nous pouvons faire, et ça vient avec ma propre compétence. Je suis venu ici, je ne sais pas parler français, je ne sais pas pourquoi je ne sais pas parler français. Si je ne parle pas Wolof non plus parce que je suis assez nouvelle dans le contexte et les gens me demandent souvent ok, d'où viens-tu? Je dis je suis de Nairobi, on me dit je ressemble à une Sénégalaise, je dis oui, et on me demande pourquoi je ne suis pas sénégalaise. Bien que je ne sais pas si on ne peut pas être juste sénégalaise, c'est comme si on refusait d'être sénégalaise. Et je me disais oui, au moins il faut que j'essaye. On m'a envoyé une invitation et la première chose que j'ai voulu essayer, pour rentrer dans cet espace, c'est d'apprendre l'histoire de cet espace. C'est comme ça la connaissance vient. Moi, ma mère me racontait des histoires, ma grand-mère me racontait des histoires sur d'où nous venions. Et je me suis dit que si j'entendais beaucoup d'histoires du Sénégal, peut-être que je pourrais comprendre le fait d'être sénégalaise, qui est assez ambitieux, et je m'en rends compte. J'ai trouvé que les histoires étaient vraiment intéressantes. Je l'ai vu chez une femme américaine et une érudite américaine qui a écrit sur les fondations du Sénégal et elle n'a cité personne, et je me suis posé la question de savoir c'est d'où vient votre peuple et la fondation du royaume Jolof. C'est comme ça que ça a été créé. Et personne n'en avait entendu parler. Ça avait compliqué mon arrivée ici, même davantage, parce que mes sources n'étaient pas fiables. Maintenant, par rapport aux questions de citation, comment est-ce que nous utilisons les archives en cas de citation en faisant, disons, je ne veux pas dire des corrections, mais en quelque sorte des amendements. Et ce que j'apprends, c'est que les femmes qui sont très citées, ce sont des femmes noires et les invitations que j'ai reçues pour le Sénégal m'ont été adressées par des femmes noires. Et vous avez des femmes, par exemple, qui n'ont pas de nom, qui n'ont pas de visage, mais on connaît leur histoire. Je me suis dit que peut-être c'est une femme Fulani ou Peul, mais il n'y avait pas de référence vraiment sur quelle aurait été ou qui était son mari ou quoi que ce soit. Donc encore une fois, merci pour l'invitation. Je ne sais pas encore comment devenir sénégalaise, comment être sénégalaise, du moins pas pour l'instant. Donc si Dieu le veut. Merci René, merci Isabelle et Chiara de m'avoir invité ici. C'était un processus très intéressant. Lorsque nous étions arrivés à Rhodes, je n'étais pas basé à Dakar et j'ai rencontré René. On a commencé par travailler sur ce projet ensemble. J'étais là, disons, un truc de 2 semaines et j'essayais toujours de voir comment reconnaître qui j'étais, c'est-à-dire quelqu'un qui est resté à l'extérieur pendant longtemps et qui revient pour essayer de retrouver ses racines et savoir où est-ce que je me situe dans toute cette histoire. Suis-je toujours 100% sénégalaise ou est-ce que je suis d'outils toutes ces expressions-là. Quand elle m'a parlé de cela, j'ai commencé à faire des recherches sur Google et elle m'a parlé, en fait, elle ne nous a pas parlé de l'histoire et on a demandé si on pourrait enregistrer la personne qui s'exprimait et elle a donné un temps additionnel pour qu'on puisse faire nos recherches. Nous avions commencé par essayer de chercher qui était Ndiadian Ndiaye et j'ai recherché aussi sur internet. Quand j'ai parlé dans le film, c'était clair que j'avais des informations très nouvelles et il fallait que je fasse des recherches sur Google avant de m'aventurer là-dedans. Maintenant, on a fait il y a un moment et quand je le vois de loin, c'était assez difficile pour moi. Maintenant, on a essayé de voir quelle était la relation qu'on avait avec Archives et comment on fait des vérifications pour eux, où est-ce que vous trouvez des informations pour avoir les informations réelles sur les références, sur les personnes que vous recherchez. Et ce que j'ai appris à travers toutes ces années, c'est que vous avez ce genre d'écho ou de justificatif sur ce qu'est Archive. Ça pourrait être ce dont j'ai appris de ce contexte, c'est que souvent, tout ce qu'on voit dans Archive, c'est une personne figurante qui vous raconte une histoire. Est-ce que vous aviez reçu bien avant cela et vous avez besoin de rafraîchir votre mémoire? Peut-être que l'histoire se trouve juste à côté de vous. Vous avez une discussion avec quelqu'un, vous apprenez quelque chose de ce qui s'est passé dans l'histoire. Enfin, en quelque sorte, nous avions changé la manière dont nous contenions l'histoire et nous parcourions l'histoire. Où est-ce que nous trouvons les références, où est-ce que nous trouvons la bonne information. Quand on est dans une situation réelle, on parle avec les collectivités, comment être, si on est Wolof ou non. Bien entendu, on a beaucoup des références dans des livres, mais ce qui est vraiment intéressant, c'était l'expérience de recevoir l'information de l'archive. Et lorsque vous faites face à des défis parce que les archives ne sont pas accessibles, vous trouvez des moyens, en quelque sorte, de les créer. On les appelle, disons, les nouveaux moyens d'apprentissage. Et il y avait ce projet qui avait été fait par Joanne Barry lors de la biennale de l'année dernière, qui était très intéressant. La manière dont elle invitait les jeunes, c'est-à-dire le groupe de jeunes qui étaient intéressés ou qui étaient formés à être archivistes, un groupe de jeunes qui essayent de se former à devenir des producteurs de films. Nous avions discuté de comment nous devons trouver des archives qui n'étaient pas dans les bibliothèques ou comment trouvons-nous parmi les gens au sein de notre écosystème. Quand on prend une voiture pour Zingachor, on trouver des gens ou si nous avions entendu parler de quelqu'un qui est en quelque sorte un réceptacle de cette archive. Et c'était vraiment intéressant de discuter avec ces gens, quelles sont les connaissances, comment recevoir ces connaissances et quel type de connaissances nous avons décidé de valoriser et comment nous pouvons décider de ce qui est important et ce qui on pourrait archiver. C'est extrêmement intéressant pour moi parce que nous avions décidé de nous appeler nous-mêmes Archive, qui est archive en français, être plus attentive à nos propres archives et aussi pour scruter notre pensée vis-à-vis des archives. Je pense que le problème lié aux archives ajoute aussi les autres, à savoir les archives coloniales, toutes ces archives qui ont lien avec une certaine histoire et qui peut-être ont exclu certaines histoires. Et nous, en tant qu'une organisation féminine, nous sommes intéressés à apprendre de toutes ces informations. Et en quelque sorte, Archive est devenu cette manière d'être d'un côté autocritique sur ce que nous faisons. Je pense à Archive comme étant quelque chose de problématique, quelque chose ou une possibilité de possibilité, où toutes ces archives sont là. Nous sommes là, nous sommes en train de parler de l'écologie des connaissances. Et dans toutes ces archives qu'on voit, qui viennent, qui sont créées, apportent beaucoup de contributions pour qu'on puisse voir quelles sont ces autres archives qui pourraient nous permettre de créer ces relations et qui pourraient nous permettre de redécouvrir les histoires. Et peut-être que des histoires ne sont pas composées que de mots. Il y a d'autres choses qui composent l'histoire. Et ce que j'ai trouvé de puissant dans le film, c'est cette recollection par fragments, parce que parfois il y a certaines répétitions avec des versions légèrement différentes de l'histoire. Et j'ai trouvé cette stratégie assez formidable parce que cela implique qu'il n'y avait pas quelque chose de fixe. Et cette histoire vit et change sur la base de qui la raconte. Et il y a une pièce très intéressante là-bas. Je pense que c'était Tamara qui parlait de la mémoire. Comment est-ce qu'on pourrait remodeler notre mémoire? Et si vous voulez peut-être élaborer un peu davantage là-dessus, genre avoir plus de personnes, les inviter, et pour ces histoires qu'on raconte de façon plus polyphonique. Oui, je pense que j'aime l'aspect polyphonique et surtout dans le contexte où on parle différentes langues au même moment, il y a toujours une polyphonie ou peut-être une cacophonie. J'ai été vraiment aussi intéressé dans le fait d'avoir cette expérience assez sonique et une approche sonique. J'étais intéressé par la manière dont les gens se parlent dans ce contexte et la manière dont les choses sont racontées. La plupart de mes expériences étaient que, par exemple, prendre un taxi ou le marabout qui fait une présentation ou un sermon le soir. Vous avez le sermon. Pourquoi vous ne le comprenez pas? Vous le recevez de toute façon. Ça devient en quelque sorte comme un son primaire dans mon paysage à Dakar. Donc j'essaie de réfléchir avec les sons parce que je pense que ces sons-là ont un rôle important à jouer dans la façon dont nous nous rappelons des choses. Et aussi en lien avec les archives avec lesquelles nous sommes familiarisés et en lien aussi avec les musées et les institutions comme celle-ci et même dans les bibliothèques qui sont assez calmes. J'essaie de trouver un moyen de jouer avec toutes les formes parce que la façon dont on apprend de l'espace est assez musical, assez bruyant. Et bien entendu, on s'attend à ce qu'il y ait en quelque sorte une offense, mais une réception qui indique que c'est possible de recevoir une archive qui est transmise à travers des sons en harmonie en quelque sorte. C'est-à-dire que vous écoutez beaucoup de choses en même temps. C'est ça la réception. Et c'est plus facile de s'approcher peut-être d'un test ou quelque chose de ce genre. C'est la manière dont moi j'apprends en tout cas. Et je viens dans un environnement où les gens étaient ouverts à ce type d'apprentissage. Et je pense que plusieurs voies ont été construites pour développer ces archives. Et nous sommes en train de développer des citations culturelles qui sont assez généreuses en citant une personne ou avoir une bibliographie qui ne pourrait être lue que dans un seul sens. Et ça m'amène à réfléchir à la façon dont j'apprends, la façon dont nous apprenons collectivement et quels sont les espaces et à quoi ils ressemblent. Et par exemple, les espaces dans lesquels je présente mon travail. Ces deux espaces sont un peu discordants parce que ils sont confrontés à différents héritages au background. Je pense qu'il y a en quelque sorte un chevauchement dans ces différentes expériences. Comment pourrais-je peut-être m'exprimer en anglais? Désolé de m'excuser, je m'excuse pour le fait que le film n'était pas trop en français, mais ça me permet de me représenter dans une autre position de coloniser ou de décoloniser. Et je pense que la critique pourrait permettre de capitaliser là-dessus, mais je ne trouve pas que c'est assez réussi. Je trouve assez inspirante la manière dont vous aviez pu gérer tout cela, toute cette période-là, à l'époque, dans un court-métrage, la question d'oubli des connaissances et toutes ces choses de manière matérialisée et toutes ces voix. C'est comme si vous étiez en train de filmer dans ce cercle, et, bien entendu avec Sadi Ahman, et vis-à-vis des affabulations, de manière... Et tout cela est présent. Et ces omissions sont comblées dans le cercle, bien entendu. Et je parle comme quelqu'un qui est dans une position intéressante parce que je suis ici depuis 10 ans. Je suis une femme blanche, élevée en Italie, avec 2 enfants qui sont italo-sénégalais. Et j'essaie aussi de comprendre ma propre position. Et qu'est-ce que ma position apporte juste en restant dans cet espace. Et qu'est-ce que j'ai appris? J'ai été enrichi, bien entendu, par mon vécu ici. Comment je négocie pour que ma position devienne quelque chose qui a un impact sur ma propre existence.
In a way, library trying to make a way for a space that is creating exactly that type of possibility of thinking across generation, across genealogies, across different knowledges, and how do we create that space that is also away from maybe certain fixities of the way we normally gather and etc. And I omitted to say that, I mean, there's this very nice anecdote
très intéressante parce que cette bibliothèque dont je suis en train de parler, dont on va parler davantage plus tard, avait commencé avec une station de radio et elle était une amie qui était là, on nous a présenté, Fatou Diouf nous avait présenté, et Fatou était vraiment à l'origine de ce processus d'une manière ou d'une autre parce qu'elle avait dit qu'elle voudrait avoir un espace propre où les artistes, les auteurs de différentes générations pourraient venir et s'exprimer. Et la radio était en fait notre moteur. Et nous nous sommes sentis réels dans la radio, nous avons transformé cette radio en bibliothèque. Peut-être vous voulez parler un peu de cela, mais c'est juste pour dire que c'est là où j'ai rencontré René et c'était merveilleux de se retrouver encore ici.
Merci. Donc AOU, c'est donc la librairie qui s'appelle AOU, qui est hébergée dans les locaux du BAN Café, ou du BAN Workshop, au Mamel. Ah, ok. Sorry. Donc AOU, qui est une librairie qui est hébergée dans les locaux du BAN Café.
AOU is a library in the BAN Café, BAN Workshop in Mamel.
Dans lequel on peut emprunter des livres, dans lequel on va retrouver des livres qui sont principalement des livres écrits par des femmes de pays d'Afrique ou des femmes afrodescendantes. On a essayé, donc la collection qui est en train encore de s'agrandir petit à petit, et on a essayé de regrouper des livres à la fois théoriques, mais aussi des romans, de la bande dessinée, des biographies. Et donc essayer d'avoir un éventail assez large à proposer au public. Et la vocation d'AOU aussi, c'est d'être cet espace dans lequel on peut venir découvrir ces livres, mais aussi d'être un espace de transmission, un espace de rencontre, un espace de voix féminine. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on essaie d'avoir des événements, par exemple à l'initiative d'artistes ou d'écrivaines, pour parler sur ce qu'elles ont pu produire, ou bien pour essayer de créer ces espaces d'échange qui peuvent être des espaces parfois assez intimistes. Par exemple, avec la dernière intervention qu'on a eue de Roxane Mbonga, qui est venue nous parler de son livre Noir sur l'expérience des femmes noires en Occident. Et donc c'était intéressant de le faire dans le cadre du BAN parce que c'était un espace aussi qui a réuni beaucoup de femmes qui avaient eu la même expérience qu'elles, des femmes qui avaient pu vivre, des femmes de diaspora qui avaient pu vivre dans d'autres pays d'Afrique ou d'Europe, d'Occident. Et donc ça a pu faire émerger des discussions, des réflexions qui étaient vraiment intéressantes.
Okay, I'm switching back to English now. I like this. It's okay. So, what is wonderful is that Anna is now taking care really of the library.
Anna s'occupe vraiment de la bibliothèque et ce n'est que le début. Je dirais que ce n'est que le début. Nous avions eu assez de chance avec Iman Gay qui est dans la salle. Elle a démarré un atelier de céramique où nous travaillons. Et en fait, c'est le meilleur endroit pour les livres, pour que les livres soient. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons les collections, nous avons ce mix entre la céramique et les livres. Nous avons la technologie aussi de la céramique, surtout quand on pense aux objets comme le canari. Et ici, nous avons cette merveilleuse exposition de canari et faisant partie de l'atelier. Être dans l'atelier, c'est une manière pour nous aussi de partager des idées sur comment nous nous départissons un peu des livres. Une bibliothèque n'est pas composée que de livres. D'un côté, il y a le besoin d'apporter, de faire venir plusieurs auteurs, des perspectives ici et là. Et je dirais que lors de notre dernière rencontre, ce qui était merveilleux, c'est qu'on a écouté différentes perspectives, beaucoup de femmes qui vivent à Dakar, mais qui ne sont pas de Dakar, qui essayent de trouver une place ici. C'est tout ce qui est disponible dans la bibliothèque ne peut que nourrir ces idées. Et je pense que quand vous pensez, on pense tous à devenir des archives, c'est un canal de transmission et qui pourrait nous permettre de revoir comment on recrée nos archives, comment on pense aux nouveaux enregistrements qui ne sont pas nécessairement des enregistrements de contexte où on essaie de retourner ce qu'il y a en termes d'archives et qu'on essaie de voir plutôt à quoi ressembleraient ces archives et comment nous pouvons fixer cela et trouver un espace plus large pour qu'on puisse avoir plus de rencontres avec la tradition orale. Et c'est là où, disons que le projet de la radio n'a pas été totalement oublié. Nous allons retourner à ces idées afin qu'on puisse inclure les sons dans tout ce que nous faisons. Je pense que une des choses...
Also in relation to publishing practices, this project that I mentioned is exactly how do we create relationship with materialities. So how do we learn how to learn or how to listen to the objects that surround us, that accompany us through opticality, through touch, not only by explaining them or interpreting them or indexing them, but actually creating a relationship that is haptic, that goes also through touch, through presence, through physicality, which again I think is something that sound does, because sound is haptic. I mean, our bodies are touched by the waves. So in a way, that what we are doing with publishing practices and AU is part of this project in a larger sense. And I mean, I use the word project, but in a way I think the way we think about it within archive is a question of more what we call formations, because we don't want to stay within the frame of a project in a sense, but we want to keep this open for many, many years to come and for many, many stories to come. So basically the publishing practices relates to the question of archives along the line of thinking what other archives can we create relationships with, that I think again is something that came in different ways here by different participants talking about their practices. And also, yes, one of the aspects that I think is interesting is the aspect of practice, because sometimes we are drawn towards theories, but then most of the time is how we do things is as important, if not more important, than what we are trying to say or achieve through what we are articulating. So I think that this, again, is something that is becoming part of AU and archive as foundational in a way, and really trying to problematize also how difficult it is to exit certain frames of where knowledge is conserved, preserved, and so on. So how do we try to be extremely radical so that in a way what comes in terms of reimagining goes away beyond criticizing what is there, but actually breaking those categories or breaking away from those categories entirely. If I were to cite someone and invite someone, I will invite Denise Ferreira da Silva, thinking towards the end of the world, so saying that in a way if we think about the post-colonial world, only paraphrasing here, we should think of the end of the world as we know it. So in a sense, I think that Talking Object is speaking to this idea of the world otherwise, or the world within the world. So that's a little bit what I think is interesting, that we all try to do it within our practices by creating certain form of relationship with possible archives. The archive can be the tree, can be the earth, it can be the water, it can be a wonderful basket, it could be a textile. So that's a little bit where I think there are so many resonances, and I shut up now. I'm known to talk too much, but yes, I just wanted to, somewhere come back to the question also of this idea of these foundational stories as like creating belonging. And I would say there was some reasoning also in terms of belonging and identity that came within the film, if you want to put it out or address it.
Yeah, I think on Thursday, Njoki was talking about this idea of love, And the idea of love in relation to that scales, that is scalable, right? So a country might love you, or a nation might love you, your friend might love you, and these are like dynamic ways of seeing the world, and it modifies your subject position. And I really came to Dakar with the ambition of being an African, and I was interested in this mythology of Africa that we've talked a lot about here in this space. Like, where is Africa? And I was like, can I be African? I'm definitely from Nairobi, and that is clear to me. Kenya in itself is even too big and too abstract. But when you travel in the art world, most of which is in white Western contexts, and I mean in the sense of like what is the most marketable of the art world, they introduce me and they say, this is the person from Africa. So there was like a little bit of a back and forth there in my own mind, but I arrived to Senegal and I said, I am an African, so I'm entitled to live in a city like Dakar, or I'm entitled to live in a city like Yaoundé, I'm entitled to Johannesburg. I arrived here with a sense of entitlement. Entitlement and belonging are different. Entitlement, I think, is a thing that is reserved for the privilege of white men. To be able to arrive without language, without resources, without connections, without an invitation, without welcome, without even being remotely desired, and be accepted and then discover this world. This is a thing that is not for us. And by us, I mean women, I mean black people, I mean Africans. So there were a couple different dynamics there. And I recognize naivety in walking into this space in this way, but the question of belonging was always also the question of place, a question of like leaving one place and arriving to another place, and what is an arrival in itself? Is it geography? Is it being in the land? Is being in the land also being of the land? Is it territory? Is it borders? Is it because I got my passport stamped that I'm now in Senegal?
Et d'essayer de comprendre. Lorsque je parle d'archives et que j'essaie de regarder ou de me pencher sur les archives d'une certaine manière, surtout dans le contexte où les frontières sont définies et que maintenant nous parlons d'État-nation, mais également les rituels de ces endroits. Donc il y a 2 générations seulement, vos parents ont appris l'hymne national sénégalaise, se sont familiarisés avec le drapeau.
Learn certain rituals in order to subscribe to certain contexts and cultures, then is it possible to enter those performances into the archive so that we're not so separate from it? For the people to whom the archive is not legible, can you perform a ritual and then understand the object of the archive, or the import of the archive, or the text of the archive? If we ritualize these processes, does it open the access or does it close the access? And I was looking for a ritual to experiment with this idea a little bit, and the ritual that I sought to find was a ritual that would kind of like enter me into the context of Senegal as somebody that might aspire to being in this space. Yeah, because I don't know, my mother was born in 1955, so she was 8 years old when Kenya became a nation. She learned the anthem at school. She learned to call herself a Kenyan as, you know, a young child, but not young enough that that she forgot who she was in the moment prior. And so yeah, I was kind of trying to see if we could kind of transpose the rituals that had been committed and performed and enacted in the post-colonial moment today. And Senegal, of course, we know has many rituals and many ritualists. I think in that respect, there are people who are elevated as the founding fathers, but the founding fathers are people who performed themselves in a Senegalese way, no? And I think is critically in Kenya we don't necessarily have the same rituals because our society is very different. So I don't know that there's a Kenyan-ness, and I don't know who might confirm or deny, but I don't know if there's a Kenyan-ness, a way to enact Kenyan-ness. If you, you know, Like if you go outside and you say to somebody, what is Senegalese next? People like kind of, I always felt like kind of had a catalog. There is Sabar dance, there is like a certain kind of wall of poetry and lyricism, there is a way of singing that is recognizable. And I hadn't come from a context where we had those rituals. I don't know. It's nonsense now, but like...
And I think it's actually very interesting because also it's somewhere contesting the idea of the nation state as such. And my question was also kind of going a little bit at in this question of belonging, where are we belonging? And when you go and recover this sort of very foundational or like very far in the past sort of stories,
pour aller plus en arrière vers le passé, eh bien vous essayez de faire des connexions et vous vous rendez compte que peut-être dans certaines régions, vous allez voir que les familles habitent à cheval entre une frontière ou parfois deux frontières et qu'il y a malgré cela une certaine connexion à quelque chose de matériel ou même à des chansons, etc., des choses qu'ils ont apprises. Donc il y a vraiment cette question de savoir est-ce que on peut inclure cela dans le programme. C'était très intéressant pour moi d'essayer de voir.
In the film, is trying to create a relationship with the story through the tone, through the laughing, so I think you really function in that way. So it's not only about creating, maybe recalling something that is from the past, but also what it is to you now, today, what are the things still present in the present.
Et
fluidity, and you just said you have to kind of go and look into this, and as a form of maybe connecting with that story, but also again maybe feeling as your identity is multiple in a way, so that maybe we can open to, because I said at the beginning that we will talk with all of you right away, and then we're just talking between us. If someone wants to maybe have a question for René or Fatima or anyone else, I'm just putting it out there. Otherwise, I think we can continue talking for too long.
What you were saying earlier was interesting in terms of, in the film, Korka is just, I don't know how the English word for revendiquer, but about belonging and being able to put a narrative on who we are and from where we belong and in which kind of group we figure that we are part of. I really feel that Korka intervention in the film was really interesting because she's not only just talking about Jaja and Jai or just telling the story. She is putting herself within these very stories she's talking about, and she is able also to take enough distance to see like what the story is about, what does it mean, which kind of reference do we have, what do we bring within the Senegalese story or the Jollof kingdom story, the relationship with Islam, the relationship with even the hierarchy that you found within the different characters of this story. And this, I found it really, really interesting, that not being in this literal relationship with the story, but being able to just put yourself within it and have a very interesting distance with how, even if she's revendicating the fact that I'm Wolof, I'm not Lebu, I'm not belonging to anyone, I'm Wolof, and I revindicate and I'm able to tell you why and about, and that's what you were talking about. And it was, I feel it's super, super interesting, and also when the film is ending, I'm just okay, can you develop on that and go further on this part of the story? It could be really, really important to know how do we qualify ourselves, so to where we belong, and how do we find out that we belong to this specific, what are the code and what are the systems within which we find ourselves, and we are able to connect with this conversation and to connect with these stories also. So I really feel that what you said regarding the fact that when you get out of this place and you ask what does it mean to be Senegalese, there is a kind of performance in terms of how we belong to the society, what the story of our independence are, where do we situate ourselves politically, but also in terms of legacy,
singers team, chanta, etc. And there is so many conversation, and that happen with anyone. It's not about education. It's not about like your level of training or no. It's really about how do you feel yourself as being part of this Senegalese ecosystem, and depending of which region or where do you, the region where you are from, be it you speak Wolof, but perhaps you speak Alpulaar and Arabic, there is also another conversation that emerge. Someone.
If there is something, someone that is interested in maybe adding something to the conversation, questions, otherwise I can continue. There is no limit. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. You forgive me, my eye is a little painful, so sometimes I have to close it when that happens. I wanted to say one of the things I loved most about everybody telling the story from their memory was the ways in which their opinion kind of came into the telling, and so they were telling it from their perspective and also kind of adding the layer of, I mean, I think this was a really stupid decision, or that sort of thing. I really loved that. It made me think about how what we receive as history is also layered with people's opinions that way. And so there are things that we recite as fact or call objective now that have kind of been sanitized by time, right? And so I really love the idea of telling younger people origin stories with a radical lens that looks to value the things that I value, so that they remember history that way. Because other stories are told that remind people that, this is how we should view Black people, this is how we should view Africans, this is how we should view, women, this is how we should view non-heterosexual people. And so there's so many interesting possibilities there, so I love that. I also really love this conversation around belonging, because I think while we've been talking about knowledge together, knowledge is at once a thing that doesn't belong to everybody and also a thing that is segmented. There are parts that belong to some people. There's some parts that don't want to be shared. There's this utopian ideal, especially as we kind of view these things from a globalized perspective, that everybody should share everything. But we all know that's not true, especially because there's a call on Black people, again, there's a call on women, there's a call on marginalized people to do most of the sharing and gain the least from this sharing. I also remember how when we are now talking about research and who we are gaining from, so who is doing the harvesting, right, of things that other people have grown. So there's a lot of really interesting things that have kind of come up as you've been speaking, and having also watched the pieces, that's kind of making me think about how time enters into how we tell stories, and how belonging is both a thing that we are kind of running towards and also questioning very deeply because of what it can give us and what it can take away from us. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just arrived a couple of months in Senegal, and as a preparation, I would say I had a very Western approach of thinking, how can I acquire as much knowledge as I can about Senegal? So I went to a library and asked, is there like a standard literature book that explains to me, the codes, culture, and so on? And of course, there wasn't anything like this. So I first of all, I really like this idea of thinking in multiple diverse ways about what can be an archive and how do we transfer and transmit knowledge. But then, while I was watching the film, I was a bit surprised when, or I think you told me, you had the story of Ndaya, and then you approach the people and they realize, or you realize that not so many knew about the story. So how do we conserve this knowledge, and how do we make sure that this knowledge is being passed on from one person to another if we don't have this kind of institutionalized knowledge being written down in a book or in another form? That's one question. And then maybe to the story itself, I was wondering, is there any meaning of, you know, cooking with 3 stones and the woman was then only cooking with 2 stones? And maybe it's very obvious, but I...
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, I can explain that very quickly.
Yes.
If you cook on 3 stones, you have a balance, right? It's a pot that has a round base, and you put on 3 stones, and if you cook on 2 stones, then there's one side that is higher.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Makes sense.
I think you have the same. Wow. Okay. Sorry, the first question was about how to preserve, conserve, disseminate knowledge. Thank you for that question. I'm so sorry to laugh at you. Thank you for that question. It's not my context, it's not my knowledge, but I have to assume, before I defer to Fatima, I have to assume that if it's passed out of the archive, then it might not be that important. But also, Hortense Spillers talks about creating a way of making citations that remakes the world in one's own image. I made the world, the Senegalese world of this film, the 16 minutes, in my image. I made it in the form of my siblings, people who I met here who accepted me and loved me. So the film looks like me, and it looks like them, and it looks like us as a community. It's not really meant to refer beyond that. It's the discussion that we would have had in the kitchen. And I think I spoke earlier about the stories that we hear in these colloquial spaces, in the spaces that we share together. And being a woman, I share spaces with women. And there are things that go on in these spaces that are the domain of women. And Senegalese society, I know, has a very robust structure of keeping knowledge inside of this system, knowledge that is very influential in how Senegalese society operates, but is exclusive. So maybe it's none of our business. Those of us who've never heard this story or continue not to know the story, maybe it's not our business. And I'm okay with that also.
What is really interesting about what you said, Renee, and also thank you for the question, is that we've learned going to find stories or information and to rely on people. And just to decide that relying on people is a good choice and it is acceptable archive for us. And at some point we were doing this research with, he's not here, Ibrahim Acham, who is an artist and a photographer. He came for a residency at Roe, and he was looking at the different deities that are along the coast, so Mam Kumbabang, Mam Jere, Mam Deknau, who are figures of the Lebu community, and that are like protective figures along the coast. So depending on the area where you are, it could be Fatigue, it could be Rufisque, it could be Dakar. You have different figures or, how do you say that? Yes, deities. And during this research, what was really interesting in that we've been through books, of course, and we're just like, okay, we want to find the right book for the, and at some point he was just like, it's not working like that. You just have to accept it. And then in the relationship you will with an artist who come in a residency, there was this moment where you just accept that you follow the rhythm and you go through its word totally. And then you bring, from your perspective, something that you can add to that. And what was interesting that we've been to the Lebu villages and we made the association called Pays Lebu, who is preserving the history of the Lebu community. And we've been to the woman doing Daurabin. We've been to many places, and we just decided that for the veracity of an archive or history of what made the collectivity what it is, we will just rely on Daouda Ndiaye Jaraf, on Umige, on those different people who are in a certain way the guardian of this story and this archive and this collectivity somehow. And it was not an easy part, bizarrement, knowing that we are from this context, but it was really interesting to be in this position and just relying on them. And from different kind of project and conversation we had with artists that came, René, but also Nora, who was doing this research on how do you say that in English? La dimension du divin dans la voix. Je rely on toi, Fatima. Et du coup, la dimension du divin dans la voix. And she was finding, she was looking at what we can find when people are singing, like Bambi before, when people are doing percussion, what call in you something that make you act in a way that you can't control. And we just face and go and meet different people who are able just to share that. But what was super cool is that there was a part that they don't share. There was a big part that they don't share because it belonged to us, it belonged to them. And we see it in the film, the first one that you screen, that among the different things that people will share, even in this looted system of objects, there is a part that you won't have, because it is not belonging to you. And I find it really, how to say, I was really, of course you know that people don't share everything, but there was a way of affirming and just being just like, okay, but not even you, I'm not going to give it to you because it is not belonging to you. And you have to accept it and to stay with it. So in this idea of looking for knowledge and being able to know and looking for many, many things, and you want to have the whole caption, you can't. You just have to accept also that there is a part of the knowledge that didn't belong to you. There is a part of the archive that you won't get. And we will be different people around the table, and each of us will have a part of it, and all together we have a caption. We have the caption or the image or something like that. And I think this is an interesting part, about archive. And even what you are doing with archive and having different kind of voices of people coming and sharing and being able to learn through those different figures and different historicities, it is also, you decided with what you remain, no?
Thank you for opening that door. Actually, it's very interesting for me to enter, because I think that knowledge is also in that sense relational. So you have to accept that as a person that comes with your own background and your position and your language and your history, you will learn about something else on the basis of what you will be allowed to learn about. You see what I mean? So unless you want to write the story, which is what the Colonial Library does, as Mudimbe, of course, articulated, the books that you might have found could have been part of the Colonial Library in a sense. So accounts that are also very much out of what one would want to, create in terms of relationships to acquire knowledge within a certain space, but more that description from the white lands, right? So in a way, when we are working within that space of publishing practices, this is one of the most important things, because we will look at different materials that have centuries of history, from Amazigh culture to, all of the different archives that in a way we are creating a relationship with. And so how do we enter, or how do we ask for permission? What do we want to do in that act, right? So that's where I think that act is about creating a relationship with those subject-object, with their history, in the same way you will ask a tree, can I cut you to make a percussion? Then I, as coming with my own presence, background, history, then I'm asking for permission to learn something that will be the version of something that is for me, in a sense, And I always think of the marketplace also. Now this word is so horrible because it's used by all these, mainstream whatever companies. But I think of the market as that place as an archive also, as a space of storytelling.
And I remember being in Nairobi for the first time and wanting to go to the Maasai market to learn about different beautiful objects that I think are pretty much artworks, all of them, even though we're still thinking in this category that defines what is an artwork, what is an artifact, what is not, what is artisanat, and so on. But in any case, I remember the disclaimer: don't go to the market and start going around with someone that will want to guide you around, you know. And I'm like, actually, that's what I love, because they will tell me what I want to know, in a sense, that knowledge that is for me in a way. And then it's all about the relationship that you create with that person. And you have to learn how to navigate that. But that's your place, in a way. It's not about wanting to dig and learn things that are not maybe for your ears or for your eyes. But it's about actually finding, through relationships, the way to learn about stories that will then enrich you, and then how you have to be careful also on how you then transport them elsewhere, because they've been given to you also in a certain version. I don't think that in a way we can be interested with a truth that is a truth, because we don't believe in truth in that sense. So then I think that is all about how you receive that knowledge, how you care for the knowledge when you share it with others, and making known that that's the knowledge that's given to you, leaving certain things out. I mean, thinking of opacity in that sense of what is not for you, right? And also, in a way, I think that learning how to access these archives is also about completely breaking away from a certain form of indexing, of interpretation, of being able to read this and knowing that this symbol is from this specific part, and it means that, and that only. So that's also how I think, through these other materialities and relationship with the materialities and with the people that are maybe sharing with us in now as this archive, when we maybe meet some of this material that become part of our artistic library, how do we learn, you know, to forget how you will want to access a certain type of object. You know, of course, in basket, you have codes. You find in the African continent so much complexity, so much writing, so much inscribing, so much, you know, which is, of course, also so much orality, but it's always, it's somewhere always striking to me how you will hear, and that was of course, my own experience before I came here 14 years ago. It will be that the African continent is all about orality, and that will be the thing that even pushed me into learning how to get rid of that thoughts as a simple articulation from my own, and start the process of complexifying what does that mean, but also try to think this is absolutely untrue, because actually from what I'm seeing, there is so much writing, so much inscribing, so much capacity through different codes that, again, are maybe not for me, maybe not for everyone to be entered, but they are there. So there is all these questions that are coming out here, I think, are exactly tackling also how you can create a relationship with those knowledges, with the masks that were downstairs, without forcefully wanting to know the provenance, that specific history, and etc. But what type of relationship you can create that is also as an individual, but also as groups, with these knowledges, So I think that's where publishing practices kind of came into being, as an open space of never stopping, but also trying to really think what other ways that are not going through, even though we have been talking for many minutes now, but how can we also do this without using a sort of a logocentric approach, but how can we get to know about these archives and accept that they are in flux, and accept that maybe we can't get to the point where everything will be preserved, because maybe it's not even meant to be preserved. It is meant to change and transform with the steps that each society group, cultural group makes. Yeah.
Salam alaikum. Si je ne me trompe pas, c'est vous, Leiti Parindiaï.
Non, elle n'est pas là.
Ah, elle n'est pas là.
On a changé.
C'est comment? Ndiaye. Ah, ok. Donc je ne voulais pas me tromper parce que peut-être que je pensais que vous êtes sénégalais ou pas. Parce que déjà, René, je pensais qu'elle est sénégalaise alors qu'elle est kenyane. Donc.
Renee, I was thinking she was Senegalese, but she's Kenyan actually. So my first question is to ask how you felt when you came to Senegal for your research in a well-defined thematic, and when you arrived, you discovered that you don't have the necessary tools. The people that you meet, people you encounter, and things you would like to know. It's like you've just arrived and there is nothing to use or not all to use. I want to know how you felt on this because you said something really important right now. It's that you came to Senegal and the people thought you were a Senegalese, and you personally would like to be seen as a Pan-Africanist or like an African, simply speaking. But before claiming your Africanity, it's when you claim your Africanity, it's because you know your origins, you know your resources, and I think for me it's important to know where one comes from. And if you don't know where you come from and you would like to represent more than what or who you are, it's a bit complicated. So my question is, how did you feel with regards to your researches? And the other question, second one, is addressed to you, Madame C. What do you think of the history? Like in Senegal, we used to say that if you are not part of the circle, there is a part of the story that won't be told, that you won't learn. So for me, it's an issue because when you are going through researches and you don't know where to look for these researches, where to find the archives, to whom to go, and from whom you should learn, it's become something difficult. I'm very interested in my origins. I'm coming from the Wallo, and when I started making researches on a project in the Wallo, I've discovered that I became, a bit confused because there was nobody around to talk to me about my history, women history, and it's only men that are continuing to tell a story which is not theirs. So that's just just an example, but in short, I would like to know what do you think about this kind of blockage that we have with regards to the fact that you are not part of the circle. We can't tell you everything, and a part of it is none of your concern. Thank you. Merci beaucoup pour votre question. Je pense que une partie de moi-même, ou bien en comprenant mon mouvement sur ce continent, une des choses les plus importantes.
It's about my own type of my own type of scholarship. And I'm sensitive about using this term because I don't know if that's what it is, but it's like my practice and my dedication to learning more about this space also came with the realization that not all of us come from civilizations that are obsessed with understanding. I am very comfortable sitting in a room here while everybody speaks Wolof or everybody speaks Jola or everybody speaks Bambara and not understanding it. I think that there's also learning to be done in spaces where understanding comes through the body or comes through the experience of the environment or the landscape. And so I always felt very welcome here, and welcome is not a thing to be taken for granted because there are many places where we're not welcome. And there is a lot to be learned through welcome. But then this also became the contradiction of Senegal for me, because there is this notion of teranga, and there is this open door that Senegal gives, especially if you're foreign. And I think anybody here that does not have a Senegalese passport or come from this context can attest to that. But then on the beach in Gore, right now I'm sure, or later tonight, there are young men who will climb a boat to try and go out into the Atlantic to seek their luck somewhere else. Is Teranga an operation for them? Do you know? So this welcome is limited, and for me it was very important to recognize that the welcome that I was receiving is not necessarily the welcome that is extended to other people, and that it is a privilege to be in my position, to be able to move through the world and always be meeting people at the surface. And I had hoped, being in Senegal, that I would get beyond this superficial knowledge, but then that also means reconciling oneself with a society that is fraught in many respects, same as the society that I left behind. I have to deal with the circumstance of the Taliban on the street, and where do these children come from, and are they okay, or the fact that there's been famine in the interior for at least 15 years on and off. That is a reality of encountering an archive as well, because there, in those spaces, we are actively losing other elements of culture, right? If we're not able to grow millet anymore, or if we're not able to access clean drinking water in the river that was connected to a narrative of who our people came to be. These are archives that are disappearing, and they're disappearing because we live in imperial conditions. So it's nice to be a guest, because you don't have to think about some of these things. But at the same time, ultimately, understanding Senegal and being of this place would require me to engage with much, much more difficult questions.
Merci pour votre question. Donc, je ne suis pas Lady Farindia, je m'excuse. Mais pour répondre à votre question, je pense qu'il y a deux choses dans votre question. Il y a où sont les archives, celles qui existent, où est-ce qu'on va pour chercher, comment on cherche et comment, quand on cherche, on arrive à trouver. Il y a un chemin. On apprend à chercher. Moi, je suis en train d'apprendre à chercher. Et dépendant du sujet que j'investis, l'avantage, c'est que quand on commence, on a toujours des personnes sur qui se reposer. Donc, une première personne qui va te dire « Ah, je pense que tu devrais t'adresser à un tel » ou « Je pense que tu devrais aller à tel endroit » ou « Je pense que tu devrais aller toquer à la porte de Malik parce qu'il a les cahiers des études de l'IFAN. Tu devrais aller au CRDS. » Donc, il y a tout ça.
For various other issues, because it's a library that collects histories, pathways, lives of women, and be a starting point. What is also interesting is that we have areas where we can find a lot of archives, or where those archives are, or where to find them. There are some that exist. At Wahoo we have a library with so much different topics, and we can help you to find your way in your research. We can link you up with the right person. Many people will come to you and they say they are going through so and so research, and they would like to know to whom to talk to. Of course, we have other areas where these archives are in the libraries at the university, national libraries, and some archives are with some people. At some moment, we have received from the Association of Senegalese Students in France a series of songs that they've collected during the post-independence period. It was neighbor who came to us. We've started working on the various forms of revolutions that existed in Senegal between 1960s and the 1990s, and he came with all those archives. So we also have how we identify ourselves as an institution, or somewhere people bring their archives for their maintenance. If you go to Saint Louis, for example, at CRDS, at some point they invited those from Saint Louis to bring photography archives, photo archives, so in order to be preserved. There is a possible approach to adopt, and this could be done. As for what I can say is that sometimes we need to accept that we are not part of the circle. We might not be part of the circle. We could have changed and transformed ourselves in us so that people could find themselves in us. It doesn't mean that you don't have access to your own history. It simply means that at some point, in one way or the other, there is a door that won't be open to you. Either you work for the openness of that door, or you decide that this is normal and it's fine with you because we are many, we are diverse, we live everywhere. We are Senegalese, we are French, we are Belgium, we are Belgian, we are Kenyan, we are South African, and we have other routes or ways to open. And that is okay as well to be as such. So when I was talking about the fact of accepting not to receive, or the fact that the gate is locked for you, when you meet the descendants of you see the descendants of Yande Kondosen, and someone like Nora coming from Zimbabwe that would like to learn how she sings, she would like to know how she has the timbre of the voice that she has could allow them to have something in the way they convey that song, so that the person listening to them could be fully embedded in that song. And that story, they can tell her, okay, it doesn't belong to you because you are not part of it. Yes, it's true. Even in our families, things could be shared, but some won't be shared. It has nothing to do with the sutura, the or whatever. But it's true that there is a part of it, and I believe that we need to accept that there is something that we cannot have access to. And the question we may ask is that, is this thing I'm looking for essential for me? Does it define me? Does it make me the person I am, etc.? So it's a bit, I'm a bit sorry for you that you've been to the wallow and you've not been able to learn from a part of your history that unfortunately many men are telling. There are stories that women should tell for themselves, and that is important. And I believe that there are a lot of initiatives that contribute for this to exist. Something happens during the 8th of March. There was a kind of compromise on the 7th of March, during which many researchers, female researchers like Fatou Sosa, came together to talk about this history, which is ours, and explain the forms of feminism that are the ones that we find ourselves involved. And it was passionate to hear. So you can find it online. We have some of these broadcasts which are online. We have Tamundembe, which is a very old history that was told on TV and when we were young. And you can find some of the elements of our story history. And based on that, you could identify the people to look for, the researcher, the storyteller, the person who writes the story, and identify in the text of some spiritual leaders or whoever what you are looking for. That's what I believe, and this is personal. That's my opinion. Thank you. Y a-t-il d'autres commentaires ou questions? Je pense que nous sommes en train d'arriver à la fin et il est difficile d'arrêter.
So I'm wondering if there are other questions. Otherwise, I might just ask for a few words from your side if you want and bring it to a close. Moderation is not my strong suit.
I don't have a question, rather a comment. I very much appreciate the way you talk about archives as being something in flux, that we don't have to look for the one truth, and there may be things we do not have to know, because I think really the only way to break with the violence of Western archives is to break with the aim of an archive should define something, but rather embracing blurriness and looking at the gaps, looking at the movement also, that it's fluid, something that is fluid and changes itself. In Talking Objects project, we do things actually. It's a series of events like this one, an artist residency, etc. We also work on the idea of an archive for decolonial knowledge production, which is, well, a challenge. And we want to start to like plan out these universe of polyperspective knowledge, starting with an object, and to avoid, because normally in objects you have, in digital archive, you have these digitization standards, you have the digitized photography that is supposed to be true and objective, but it's not. It's definitely not. That's why we, for example, have the idea of presenting the objects in many diverse ways, for example, filming it. And this then includes this very subjective view on an object. It's very clear that there's a person maybe with a mobile phone filming an object. We do not claim to be objective. And I think this is very important. So it's always about the movement and not defining anything. Thanks.
Thank you. Fatima, you wanted to say something more? Ah, okay. And then maybe we go back.
Okay. There is another question? Where is the other? Oh, okay. No, don't say that.
And John, just one last question also maybe to challenge a bit what you have said before. I think at one point you said not everybody, like it's okay if you sometimes don't have access to knowledge, or that, I mean, my point is accessibility of knowledge is also important in order to, democratize knowledge, and that everybody's included. And if certain people possess knowledges and don't share them, this puts them in a position of power and can also exclude certain people from, gaining knowledges which are very essential for them, maybe for, defining who they are, for their story, and so on. So I wonder, how do we overcome this and make sure that knowledge can be exclusive if it's not in an institutionalized way, and if it's transmitted from one person to another.
Your response.
I feel that from the very beginning, we are not, in the same position in terms of gaining knowledge and access to knowledge. This is a reality. And depending of where you are standing, your willingness to access knowledge and your thought in terms of how do you say that in English? How equal we should be in gaining knowledge is completely transformed depending of where you are standing. And I think in your position, perhaps I understand what you say, and I also know that somehow, depending of which knowledge we are talking about, because there is secrecy in some rituals, in some practice, and I don't think it's a matter of equity, it's a matter of initiation, being initiated to be able to receive, because you are not able to receive everything. You are not able to receive the same way as well, depending of which ethnic group you are, depending of if you are part of this story or no, and depending also of where you grew up, etc., etc. But it's a very personal perspective, again. So I remain with that. We are not like equal in terms of acquiring knowledge and having access to knowledge, depending of where we are standing, and we don't have to know everything. And some things might be available and disposable and usable for each of us, but the whole picture, it's complicated. And I really feel that this is not possible. And one of the things I want to say is that we have this experience with an artist called Tuan Andrew Nguyen, and he did a film on the Senegalese Vietnamese community in Dakar. And at the beginning, the conversation was not about the Senegalese Vietnamese community in Dakar, it's about the Senegalese resettlement. From his research here, he found out there was this community, and he decided to engage with them, and he decided to dig into their story. And he asked the team member of role, like, whether you know about that, how do you know about that, and how come don't you know about that? In fact, somehow you know, somehow you think you know but you don't know, and then you ended up just going back to the story in order, because you are at the moment now we are able to receive it, we are able to understand it. And we meet with different people. We find out that we have sisters, friends with whom we grew up that were from this community, and we think they were Chinese. And we ended up understanding that we have a total misunderstanding of a whole group in Dakar. But what was interesting about his work and his project is that he takes from different families and different group stories. He make a film based on 3 main stories. And the way he installed the film within the space, it was a 4-screen video installation. And what he said is that the work is just like the memory of the people from this community. You have people that have a big caption, a big picture. You have people that don't know a thing about that. You have people that have a part of the history, but they don't have it all. And the visitors and the person who will experience the work in the exhibition space will be like the people from the Vietnamese Senegalese community, not having it all, because this is how memory works as well. And I find it really interesting because when you get into the space, you have this 4-screen, depending on where you're standing, you think you see everything, and in fact you didn't see, you miss many things. And this is also how memory functions, but this is our relationship with what we are told, what we receive, or what we not receive is. And it's really look like how the Senegalese society is working also in terms of what do we share with our people. So of course, there is many things that are, the story of this community is very heartbreaking, and there is many things that we would have liked to know before, but I think also it is their how do you say, not their choice, but somehow there is what they want to share with us because they think that they are ready to share it, and there is the whole thing that they don't want to share because it's their intimacy, you know, and you can't get there because you are not part of it. And it's true, we are not part of it. They are part of us, of course, but there is a whole challenge they face through the Senegalese society, and they are not ready yet to open that way so that we know everything about what happened there and what happened to them through their arrival to Senegal until now. So there is a kind of openness, but you don't have it all. And it's okay to don't have it all.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it very short, and a lot of the thoughts I have in my mind have already been articulated by the various speakers before me. But so one quick remark to the discussion that was just happening here before is, I think, connected to the question that was asked, we also need, that brings us back to what you mentioned at the beginning, is the hierarchy of knowledge. If we think that excluding access to certain knowledge leads to disadvantages, I think we have to ask first what kind of knowledge we find then, you know, or acknowledge that there are certain hierarchies in place, apparently. But this is the thought to that. But something I wanted to add what Isabel said, because the frame in which we hear, you know, the Talking Objects project with the idea of creating a form of a digital archive in the end to decolonize knowledge, I feel like there's so much potential in this openness, in the incompleteness, in the deconstruction of hierarchies, etc. Because, I mean, we kept hearing about this. Like, if I go through my notes of the past days, I think Caroline last night said there's this ambivalence between oral history and the need to create an archive and the need to preserve stories. So that's one thing, and it was a question that was asked before. This morning, in this really empowered and strong discussion on feminist perspectives on the topic, we learned that the role of women is very present in oral history on the African continent. This is a potential that, for example, the national archives, the westernized national, here's another German speaking, we don't have that orality, and therefore also a lot of female perspectives don't appear in such a way. So I think if we use these potentials, we would
get much further, or we will get much further. And I think this will be really interesting to see in the process of this project, Talking Objects, on how this archive can be understood in the end, or what we will then call the archive. That will be some kind of fluid result coming out of this process. So this is just all the thoughts sort of coming up. So thank you for sharing all this, and I feel really we could go on forever, really. Yeah, thank you.
There is one question there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm embarrassed that I'm taking time at the end of the discussion, but I really feel, thank you very much, Renee, for this film, and Fatima, and I thank you very much for this conversation. And I think, for me, this video represents how I understand the oral culture. So not possessed by one person, like how we can imagine, but by the society, and how the transmission actually goes with the gaps and differences and is unfixed. The story is not a fixed story. And I think this type of understanding, which is very suitable for the knowledge that is typical for Senegal and, let's say, West Africa. But, and I think this type of understanding of the archive is quite common already in artistic practices. But what I'm asking myself every day is how we bring this understanding and this practice of archive beyond the individual artistic practices, but make it more shared in the society. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to make an echo to what Daniela was saying. I just remember when we met, and I was reading Sandrine Collard and many contributors' book, Hunting and Collecting, and also the book Recapturing Congo. And I had this idea that maybe we are not trying to decolonize, we're just trying to recaption. You know, this is the legend on the story that we try to work on, because the picture has already been made, you know, but the way we talk about it, the way we frame it, maybe is putting the archive alive, you know. That was just a point. But thank you so much. It was really, really, really brilliant. And thank you also, Fatima, for what you said about the Wallo Wallo research of archive. I think it's important to just focus again on the context of Senegal, and the fact that, yes, sometimes you're not in the circle, you're not in it. But you have a process to do to get into it, or find other ways to get to where you have to go, you know.
Oh, it's a hostage situation. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make like a quick addition, or actually correction, because we also talked about this the days before, and we had like Anguzumo, who just left the room, having a presentation about this, because like Daniela Eicham said, like about not having, I don't know if I got it wrong, like not having oral history in Germany also. Yeah, so that probably not like oral history as a tradition, but of course there's like a lot of knowledge that only is kind of like archived through like orality, because it's not really archived. And like Isabel also worked on the Romna archive before, and that there's like this rich Sinti Romna history, of course, that's also part of German history, or like Black German history, that hasn't been really part of like mainstream history and knowledge. And Anguizumo like also works on this a lot, and of course just made this knowledge accessible, found ways to make this knowledge accessible, and to kind of like had to dig deep for this, of course, because this is like really suppressed, or like really actively forcefully excluded from mainstream, and there are of course many more
I could talk about, or also not talk about, because I don't know about that, but I know that there's a lot I don't know about. So yeah, that was just probably like a short. I just wanted to add this quickly because I think that's important.
I think I have to cite a man. Amadou Ampateba, who was at one time the director of this museum here, made a really beautiful presentation on the role of initiation, the place of initiation in research, essentially, and in contacts between cultures, and who is initiated in order to access certain types of knowledge versus who isn't. I think the problem of a knowledge that can be exploitative, that can be violent, and some forms of knowledge I think have proven themselves to be consistently violent, is also a problem of imperialism and is also a problem of capitalism. So maybe there's some other things we can fix before we tell everybody everything. I don't know. But I was also going to say, Katja, and maybe I should have introduced myself better. In East Africa, we have, and it's possible that it exists here as well, in informal settlements, especially when films are screened, typically there will be somebody who has a responsibility of translating the film live as it happens. Depending on the mood of this person, you get an interpretation of a film that is completely subjective. And so we have a situation where we all watch the same films that, if you grew up in the 90s, you watched The Mask and you watched, I don't know, Ace Ventura. These are the only films that I remember from that period. I'm so sorry. The Terminator, or yeah. I don't know. Kirikou, I don't know. So we have different endings and different versions and different, these films are all completely different depending on which community movie hall you went to. And I think of my position as a curator who makes films, which is in itself a strange thing, as somebody who can be a mediator in this same respect. The colonial archives are violent. They will continue to be violent. The violence cannot be divested. They will always be violent. But I think that there is something important in being able to appropriate these archives and turn them to face us in a way that is respectful and regards us as human. And by us, I'm talking about Black people mostly, because I am a Black person. I think that there is a possibility for mediation there, and the mediation takes many different tones. And my tone has always been to put my body in the way of the violent archive in order to make it then possible to recirculate it, or I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily successful all the time, and I have a lot of problematic films, but I think this one is sweet. All this to say thank you.
I think we had such a rich conversation, and this is probably just the beginning of many more to come, right? In different configurations, of that we can have more conversations. And I mean, if I can add one thing, is that I do think that maybe in the arts we can find the responsibility also to create new spaces of transmission, which maybe create their own rituals, their own practices. And how do we make sure that actually maybe, young women from Senegal remember of our magazine and all the complexities maybe in that first female-driven magazine, or that, that we do that effort of thinking what are also the practices that we are putting on the ground when we think about new forms of transmissions. And certainly the capacity to bring together multiple voices from different perspectives is always an enriching factor. And simultaneously, how do we think with the feet where they are. So really trying to address and learn from the place where you are, which, for example, even for someone like me, that I'm a guest here, I learn how to create a relationship, and in that learning, what can we then create as a space of sharing? Because that space of sharing will be, of course, influenced by the fact that there are a number of people that are somewhere behind any type of space, magazine, publishing house. So in a way, I like that idea that an organization resembles to the people that actually are carrying it, and I think that that's where is our also role to really feel that responsibility, to see how we not only enrich these spaces of transmission with different stories, but also really put our commitments in keeping them going and running and open, and that's what Rome Atelier has been doing for so long. This is what we are attempting to do with AU for just 1 minute, but hopefully that's where, you know, certain things can also be generated, new narratives, maybe also not narratives of only those women that were fundamental in certain periods in time, but also maybe how do we archive stories that are stories also of women that maybe had something that could look like an ordinary life, but maybe they had so much power in their communities, and maybe they will never end up being in an archive as being an archive that describes only those that were involved in revolutions or, but actually those stories are probably also stories that can enrich these spaces of transmission. So yes, I just want to thank you for inviting us and creating this possibility of a dialogue, and I hope we can have other occasions. Goodbye.
Okay, before everybody leaves now, just no. Just very quick, because I think we are all tired in a good way. I guess very filled. There's the rows emptied, have been emptied themselves over this talk, and thank you very much for being here, for coming, for engaging in this journey with us for the last 3 days. And I just feel that for me it's not actually really possible to wrap up what we just experienced. But it's definitely, I think the last round kind of felt for me as a wrap up in a way, because this whole workshop is intended to lay the foundation, of course, for the digital archive we're working on. So it was, and again, very interesting to kind of bring it all together and speaking about archives, the role of archive. And I think what I will take from there is the necessity of openness and flexibility, and also to find a way to define things by not defining them in a way. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. There's nothing much to add. Embracing the blurness, yes, but very concrete. Thank you again to all the people behind the scenes, the translators, the technicians, the video guys, the photographers, the caterers, Samira, Karina, Jessia, who was trying to organize everything the last 3 days. Of course, also thank you to CAFE Foundation and Heinrich Böll Foundation to make this possible, and to you, Malik, to have us here in your space. We'll be back in November with an exhibition we're doing together. Doing some advertising already, Réimaginer le passé. Alors je te donne la parole maintenant. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à toutes.
I would like to thank all the teams that participated in this dance intense workshop. I would like to thank the foundations that supported us. Thank you all. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to the technical teams. Isabel said it all. Thanks to the curatorial committee. So we will come back again in November. See you very soon, I hope. And enjoy your stay. Well done, my dear.
Well done, Kwame. Mais t'inquiète, t'as pas inventé, hein. That's pretty much what she said.
Elle n'a pas fini sa phrase.
C'est la... Mais même tout de suite, quand elle posait une question, c'est ce qu'elle a fait.
Elle n'a pas fini sa phrase.
Oh, wow.
Je suis lessivé.
J'ai hâte de sortir de la cabine.
Je te jure, c'est chaud.
Oh, c'est Camilla, hein.
Oui, c'est la fin.
Il va prendre son matériel.
Chaud.
Oh, c'est ta fiancée?
Oui, c'est elle.
Choco plus.
C'est quoi?
Choco plus.
Ah. Allez, tu vois ton petit frère, hein?
En fait, il est vidéographe et photographe.
Oui, tu m'avais dit.
Dès qu'il trouve, je sais pas, qu'il
trouve une occasion, là.
Ouais.
Aïe.
Laisse-moi aller juste voir aussi le technicien à côté.
Bon, moi je file, hein, Fatima.
Ok, d'accord, Kwame.
I will miss you.
I will miss you too. Hopefully see you soon.
Hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
I'm going to the garage.
You're going to the garage?
Rentrer, prendre une
Mais toi,
douche.
ta voiture a des problèmes depuis, hein?
Non, c'est... Je fais des problèmes de vision générale.
Mais la dernière fois que tu m'as parlé, tu me parlais de problèmes de voiture déjà?
Oui, parce qu'en fait, c'était le mécano qui a dit que quand il y a des voyants qui s'allument, des voyants témoins qui s'allument sur le verre, tu sais ce qu'il fait? Il lui dit, il y a tel... Non, il désactive. S'il désactivait, c'était bien. Il ne peut pas désactiver.
Oui.
Il prenait des chatatons, là, ou des papiers mouchoirs, il ouvrait le tableau et il bouchait le trou. Il disait qu'il avait réparé. Je te jure. J'ai changé de mécano.
C'est pas vrai.
Je te jure, ma chère. Tu vois jusqu'où les gens peuvent être malhonnêtes.
Ça, c'était où ça?
Le mécano?
C'est ça que je vais aller chez aucun mécano de Ouattara.
Non, il y a des bons par contre.
Non, c'est bon.
C'était le premier mécano que j'ai connu.
De toute façon, quand même, problème de voiture là, je vais juste aller.
Attends, tous les mécanos, il y a
Avec mon frère, il va s'en occuper. Parce que vraiment, c'est pas possible.
Voilà, il a enlevé.
Ça, c'est l'autre qui enlève.
Oui, c'est le
nouveau mécano.
C'est lui qui me montre ça. Il m'a envoyé une vidéo et il dit qu'il voulait que je voie ça parce qu'il était surpris, il était tombé des nues. Il me dit, mon frère, il dit tu es gentil, hein. Si c'était un œuf direct. Il dit, mais il a failli te tuer. Il dit, mais il a failli te tuer. Une panne, et derrière. Attends, je vais lui dire. Ibra. On a vite te rencontrer. On peut souvent parler de toi. No, I'm from Togo. Ah, okay, gotcha. I'm good. What about you? Ravi de te rencontrer. Fais comme. Merci beaucoup. Allez, bonne soirée. Allez. Bon ben, il y en a un aussi. Ah, ok. Je ne sais pas, il y a du méchoui, il y a un peu de tout, je sais pas. Ah oui! Ah oui! Moi j'ai découvert ça la semaine passée. Ah oui? Ah non, mais malheureusement, moi je ne m'arrive pas à manger ça. Tout ce qui est banane.